Hello, 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 folks. How are we doing today? Did everybody have a good week? Hey, Cassava. I love the emphatic all caps. Yes, I'm glad you had a good week. Hi, Cassava. Good to see you. Hope everyone else had a good week as well. We'll get started here in about 1 minute. I think I had a good week as well. I'm finally feeling better after I've been sick since like Thanksgiving. Um, so yeah, I'm feeling good now. Pretty much all better. Anybody do anything fun this week? Thank you, Cassava. Alrighty. Well, we're going to get started here in just a little bit. Um, you planned to clean your room this weekend, but it was World Cup finals. So you postponed it. Hey, I think that is perfectly fair. World Cup finals only, how often does the World Cup happen? It's only every like 4 years or something, right? Or is it every year? I don't know sports. Somebody help me out. 4 years. Okay, like the Olympics. I got you. All right. All right. Howdy, everybody. So, what are we doing today? Well, today we are going to build a Kanban board. So, excuse me. Um, you might not know what a Kanban board is, but it's actually a really useful organizational tool. So, a Kanban board is basically a way of tracking the progress of tasks and in basically like a variety of buckets. So, as you progress with a task, you move it from one bucket to the next on this board. It's like a grid with vertical columns, and you move a task from one bucket to the next to the next. Hey, Rascal. Hey, MMA. Good to see you. Yeah, so I was just talking about what we're going to be building today, and it's a Kanban board. So, like I said, you take a task, you move it from column to column to column as you accomplish steps in the task. And it's possible the task could move backwards too. So if something's not done, then a task could move back one step. Hey, Zena, good to see you. But yeah, Kanban boards are really useful and they're really popular right now as part of the agile methodology. So a lot of modern organizations are using agile methodology and these sorts of philosophies around, um, fast pace, short term development goals. And so it's really useful if you can see what everybody is working on at a given point in time. So here's an example of the type of thing that we're going to be building today. So this Kanban board has multiple sort of columns for tracking progress of tasks. So here we just have not started, in progress, completed, and on hold. And what you do, as let's say, I decide I'm going to go ahead and start item one. Well, I would move it from the not started column over to the in progress column. And you can see as I move this item, I'm able to drag it and I'm able to drop it. As I drag it over, a designated location appears, and I can drop the item. And then once I do so, the item is now part of the in progress column. It's the same thing here. I can move this one from completed to on hold, and the column accepts it from there. Hey, New Horizons, good to see you. Sick with COVID for a few months. Ooh, goodness. Hey, I'm glad you're back on the wagon there, New Horizons, and I'm glad you're feeling better too. I know that COVID can really knock you back if you're not careful. Hey, Zena, that's awesome to hear. So they say after intro to SQL, I dove a little deeper with SQL before the Postgres class. And I'm happy to say I hooked up a SQL database to a full stack project using Tables Plus. Oh, that's rad. Yeah. So I think what we're going to be doing, and that's just a good thing to mention to you before we get too deep into this. So on Thursday, I do hope to see you all for Leon's. Well, firstly, on Tuesday, Leon's having his first stream since class ended. So I do hope to see you there on Tuesday. It's a Microsoft sponsored stream, so there'll be raffles and sponsors and all that good stuff. And then on Thursday, Leon and I are pairing together for a Postgres stream, and I will be teaching the Postgres portion. It will be somewhat similar to my Intro to SQL course, although so if you've seen that one, there may be some similar elements, but I will have new components as well. So even if you've seen the Intro to SQL course, I do hope you get some spaced repetition on the things you've already heard, and then also get some new stuff, new information as well. And so for Thursday's class, my current plan is that we'll do an intro to SQL, what it is for the people who haven't seen SQL before, and then I'll do a portion where I build a very simple app, full stack app using Supabase, which seems to be one of the most popular cloud hosted SQL platforms. But yeah, there's tons of options out there, and that's awesome that you're able to experiment with some of your own stuff. Yeah, Bree outside says so. Building this, referring to the Kanban board here, would make a great template for a storyboard for writers. Yeah, and that's the great thing about Kanban boards is that they can be very flexible for a lot of different projects. So it's not just for software development, although you'll often see that with software dev teams. They'll often use a Kanban board. But I mean, heck, you could do this with like sticky notes on your desk. Like it doesn't need to be digital, and it can be for really any task that you want. It can be for personal goals, for writing, for anything that can be broken down into subtasks. And then if those subtasks can be categorized by like amount of completion, you can turn that into a Kanban board, which is why I really love Kanban boards. And they're one of my favorite organizational tools because they're just so flexible. And I love just being able to take a look at this, like take a look at a Kanban board, and you can immediately see how the project is doing based on the ratio of cards in each column. So it's just a really great way to just immediately get the sense for how a project is progressing. Oh, yeah, New Horizon says, don't forget about Monday. Yes, Leon was doing something on Monday as well. Hey, Interplanet, good to see you. Grat Kane says, my work would be in shambles without Kanban. Yeah, and I didn't know about Kanban boards for the longest time until one of my past employers used Jira, which has a integrated Kanban component. So it's good to be familiar with the concept because, a lot of popular software tools have a Kanban component inside of them. So Jira does. I mean, there's Trello, there's Lean Kit, all of these different tools which use Kanban. However, today we're actually going to build our own Kanban board. So it's not going to be anything particularly, uh, structurally complicated or anything like that. We're going to be able to build this. Even the animation and the drag and drop type stuff. All this is going to be in vanilla JavaScript. And I don't know. I just felt like this was a really cool project because it is able to do these neat sort of animations and really slick looking interface with just vanilla JavaScript and vanilla CSS, no Tailwind or anything like that. And it's not particularly complicated. It just uses a lot of the neat built-in features of JavaScript and CSS that we might not think to use right away. And so that's why I really love this. And so I want to give credit to Decode, um, who came up with this sort of cool little compact concept for this Kanban board. So Decode, want to give proper credit to them. You're welcome to check out this article if you would like to. But yeah, we're going to kind of do our own walkthrough of it today. But this is the original. If you ever want to check it out for yourself, yeah, do you give them some love? Give them a follow on YouTube if you like. All right. Hey, piece of shoot. Good to see you. All right. So, any questions before we get started? Hmm. Another thing to mention too, you might have noticed already, is that we're actually using local storage for this, just because I felt like, I considered making it truly full stack, but I felt like that would push it over the edge of being too long of a project for a 3 hour stream. So we are using local storage. However, this project could easily be converted to true full stack, kind of like we did with our ticket tracker. With that one, we built it out as local storage first, and then we converted it to full stack later. So you could absolutely do that with this project as well. That the ball is in your court there. Kenjin, I don't know if you're a bot or not, but I'm afraid I'm not interested. Kasava says you come up with some interesting tutorials as for sure. Yeah, a lot of it is just looking at lots of them and trying to figure out which ones are going to fit in the time limit that I have. There was a really cool React version of this, and this could be a React version as well. But yeah, this I did build a really cool React version of this, but I just felt like it would be too complicated for today's stream. So unfortunately, sometimes things I think are really cool, I'm not going to do on stream just because they would take too long and y'all would lose interest before I was done. It's a constant balance. Piece of Shoot says we can hook it up to Postgres on Thursday. Yeah, yeah, and maybe after the Postgres stream on Thursday, that's something you might do. I doubt that's what we'll actually do on stream on Thursday. What I'm going to do, just because I got to build from the ground up, describing what SQL is, what relational databases are, all those things. That's going to eat up at least an hour. So, yeah, but if you get enough knowledge from Thursday's stream, then that's something. Yeah, you might decide to do that. Okay, well, let's go ahead and get started. Feel free to ask questions as we go. Um, and also, too, I have a GitHub repo for this, which we'll push to as we go. So there's nothing in it right now because we're going to build from scratch here. So here's the repo. I'm going to spam it a couple times for you. Like I say, there's nothing in it right now, but we'll push to it pretty regularly as we go, as we finish each component. So that way it'll help you keep up. And so if anybody joins late, they can always visit the repo and pick up with us as we go. Because I think what I've noticed with these types of Sunday streams is that I don't usually get a lot of viewers at the start, but then people trickle in as the stream continues. So I don't want anybody to feel like they're left behind. Hey, thank you for that, Jim. Thank you for the follow. I got several new follows. So thank you, Richard D. Gill, Animal Gaming, Yukong, Freezing Moon, TL Family, David Lee, Shaky Knees, B. Dot, Kevin ZGX, Dimitri, Alice, and Alienated Worker, and Hella Grain, and Let's Learn to Code. So thank you all for the follows. Those are the follows from the last week. So I really appreciate it. I'm almost at 5,200 followers, which is freaking amazing. So I really appreciate you all. All right, let's go. So I'm gonna kind of shrink down the browser window just for now while we sort of build our foundation here, and then we'll come back to that a bit later. All right, let me get my notes up here because I ain't doing this stuff from memory. Don't ever think I'm doing this from memory. I have notes. Some people are like, oh, how do you just know all this stuff? I do not. I have notes. I don't want to, I don't want there to be any sort of aura of mystery or anything like that. Feel free to, if you ever wonder about my process, feel free to ask because I'm happy to share. So essentially what we're going to do here is we're going to build out our HTML and CSS first, and then we'll start hooking up our JavaScript. We're going to build out our local storage API, and then we'll build out the individual components of the board itself. New Horizon says, can you upload your notes in a GitHub README sometime? A lot of my notes are basically just what I end up uploading to GitHub anyway. But if there's ever anything in the GitHub that you're like, wait, how did you come to that conclusion? Feel free to ask, and I can see if it's something that I didn't upload. Yeah, the stream is basically my notes. Yeah. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. I have a folder created already. It just says, just called Kanban board JS demo. Yours can be called whatever you would like. But inside that folder, let's go ahead and create our, let's start with our HTML. So go ahead and create our index.html. And what you'll find here is that in this particular project, we're going to be doing we're going to be exploring a lot of relationships. We're going to be exploring a lot of sort of parent-child associations, looking at parent elements, looking at child elements, and basically using those parent and child relationships to associate um, items with their columns and the columns with the board. So if you think about it, it's sort of like a nesting doll type situation. We have individual items. Here, I'll flip back to the board real quick. We have individual items within a column, and those items belong to that column. Sorry, why is that behind there? Oh, there we go. Okay, got it. Yeah. So we have individual items associated with a column, so they belong to that column, and then the columns belong to the board. And so while we maintain those relationships, sometimes those relationships will change. If I move this first item here from this column to this column, now the item belongs to this column. So we're going to establish those relationships and keep those relationships up to date as we add things to the board and move them around. So we'll see a little bit more of that as we go. But what you'll find then is the result of that, since we have these sort of pre-created relationships, what you'll find is that the structure actually becomes simpler because a lot of it can be auto-generated. We just say, hey, generate child, and the item and all of its HTML just gets auto-generated. So everything that we have to hard code is actually going to be really simple. So adding a little bit of complexity on the code side means far less HTML that we have to write. All right. So let's get started. So let's just start out with our standard HTML5 structure. And we're going to go ahead and call this just Kanban board. I'm going to call mine demo Kanban board so I don't get things mixed up. Demo Kanban board. Okay. And Sathos, yes, I do upload my tutorials on YouTube. If you do exclamation point, oh, Rascal did it. I was going to say, I have a command for that in chat. And so just down below there is the link to my YouTube channel. So feel free to visit there. That's where all my older streams are. I will admit I'm a little bit behind on uploading like the past 2 or 3 weeks worth of streams, but I will do that. I think I'm about 3 weeks behind. So I will get those past streams uploaded here pretty soon. Yeah, but they'll stay on Twitch for 60 days, so don't worry. Okay, so demo Kanban board. And now let's also not forget to, we're going to create our style sheets here. So I like to usually just copy and paste that so I don't get it wrong. But we're going to link our style sheet, and we're going to have our style sheet in a CSS folder. So it's going to be css/main.css. And then inside of the body, oh, no worries, Sathos, that's fine. So inside of the body, we're going to go ahead and just have a single div. And that div is going to have a class of Kanban. All right, so our div is going to have a class of Kanban. And that's it. That's the HTML. We're done. Not kidding. That's it. All right, and then the last thing we're going to do is we're just going to do our usual script tag. And we're going to have our source here. Source is going to be js/main.js. And we're going to add one more thing to this. And it's going to have a type of module. So this is one thing that we may not have seen before, this type of module. Obviously we're very familiar with linking scripts, but we're going to have a type of module. Now, does anybody know what this does or what this allows for us to do? I'm going to hydrate 1 second. Aha, yes, Wodude is correct. What tagging this as a module does is it's going to allow us to create to do import export of modules between various JavaScript files. So I can create, a set of specific actions in one particular file, and then export that for use in other files. So it allows us to create, compartmentalized modules of functions and methods and that kind of thing that we can export and then use elsewhere. So that keeps our file sizes small, and it keeps things very, encapsulated with similar functions. Yeah. And so, but in order to do that with just plain vanilla JavaScript like we have here, we've done it with Node and that kind of thing before, but in order to do it with just vanilla JavaScript like this, we need to tag our main.js as a module so that everything works properly. And there's plenty of documentation in the MDN about what modules are and all that sort of thing in those relationships. But just know if you want to use them with vanilla JS like we're doing here, just tag your main script with a module type, and then that allows you to use modules in your other files as well. Yeah, exactly. And we do the same thing with Node, but in package.json. Yeah, so it's just here, since we're just using vanilla JavaScript, we just drop it in our script tag, and then that allows us to use those modular components that we can import and export between files. Okay, so we have our index.html, and I wasn't kidding, we're done with that. So let's go ahead and build out our CSS, which I promise is not going to be terrible either. So um, you can ask, depending on the complexity of the question, whether or not I'll be able to answer. But feel free to ask. All right, I'm going to save this. Now let's go ahead and create a CSS folder. So first, we're going to nest this. We're going to nest our CSS. So I've created a CSS folder in my main Kanban folder. And then inside of the CSS folder, go ahead and create your main.css. And here we're just going to set up our CSS elements. And there's not a lot of them. All right. So let's set up some general sort of formatting for the entire Kanban board. So for our Kanban class, we're going to just go ahead and have this be flexi flex display. And what this is going to help us do is, maintain our column widths and make columns bigger or smaller based on their content. So it's just going to allow things to be flexible and, never cut off any content. We're going to add some padding to everything. Sorry, my hair is not behaving right now. So add some padding, start 30 pixels. We're going to give it a width of 750 pixels. Again, you can tweak this stuff as you go. This is just a good size for, being a half screen like it is right here. Give it a background. I am not good with color, so again, pick your own color, but I'm going to use this one, kind of this lovely sea green. And then we're also going to have a border radius. Now, real quick, basic CSS question. What does border radius do? When I use the keyword border radius, what does it do? Yeah, round corners. Exactly. Yeah, that's one of my favorites. Love those rounded corners. Apparently Windows 11 loves rounded corners too, because everything, I don't know if y'all have Windows 11, but everything is rounded now. I don't know how I feel about it, but yeah, everything's rounded. And then we're also going to add just, we're going to make all of our fonts sans serif. So font family is just going to be sans serif. You can add a more clever font if you would like, but I'm not clever, so that's what you get. It's everywhere. It's child. Oh, that's awesome, Zena. I love that. Yeah, that must be why they did it, to make, because gotta be, Windows has got to be family friendly. So you don't want any sharp corners on your windows. They got to be child proof. Yeah, I think you nailed it there, Zena. Isn't that the only new feature in Windows 11? Rounded corners. Well, you have this lovely centered start bar. You have that too, and they took away the frickin' on the clock. If you click on the clock in on the right corner of the start bar, they also took away the seconds. So the second counter, they took that away. Yeah, which I really dislike. I want my seconds back, dang it. Yeah. So yeah, they took away the second counter in Windows 11, which I desperately want back because when I'm starting a stream and I need to know when to start my countdown timer, like the seconds do matter. Yeah, I don't know why they did it. It makes no sense. Anywho, getting distracted. All right. So now let's format our columns. So we'll say Kanban. We're gonna have a. This is something that, obviously we haven't created yet, but we're gonna do Kanban column. Now I'm using underscore underscore here. This is a new kind of sort of formatting that I'm just learning about called BEM. But you don't have to worry about it too much. You can format these however you want. It's just CSS. So don't get too hung up on the double underscore. It's just a kind of formatting that, I'm just learning about now. So, but anyway, our columns are going to have a flex of 1. And so what this is going to do is it's going to basically assign each column, um, ensure that each column has equal width. So whatever that width is, it's going to equally space each column across the width of the board. Give us our seconds back, Bill. Yeah. First, Google took our timer away. Now, Microsoft took our seconds. Leave our time tracking alone. Yeah, exactly. As things get faster and faster, seconds count. All right. So the flex forces the equal widths. Now we're going to add a sort of a little bit of a nuance to this. So Kanban column again, but we're going to add not and then colon last child. And for this one, what we're going to say is, oops, that's not what I wanted. Stop it. Okay. For not last child, we're going to say margin right is going to be 30 pixels. Okay. So not last child. Any guesses on what this is doing? Any guesses, especially if we combine it with like the formatting for the larger Kanban board. Remember, on our larger Kanban board, we have a padding of 30 pixels all around the exterior edge here. And so for the columns, what I'm saying is not last child, add a margin right of 30 pixels. So any guesses on what we're doing here? Yeah, like Zena said, what we're doing is we're targeting all of the columns except for the last one. So I know this is kind of behind the chat, but I think you can still see it. So all of the columns, so this column, and this column are getting a margin right of 30 pixels. However, the last one does not, because we're only formatting the ones that are not the last child. So this on hold is the last child of the Kanban parent. So it does not get that margin of 30 on the right because we're already doing that with the padding on the overall board. So I hope that makes sense. Feel free to let me know if it doesn't. But this is kind of a cool little trick here that you can do to make sure that you're getting equal formatting when you're trying to space things with equal widths. And if you're using something like, Tailwind or something like that, that becomes easier. But with just raw CSS, you can still do that. And that's something that I know has flummoxed me in the past is, how do I how do I manage my padding for my parent element while still keeping the children from adding extra padding, and this is a way that you can do that. So I thought that was pretty cool. Ceci says, I keep seeing on Twitter that 100 devs is starting again in January. Is this confirmed? There will be more 100 devs. The agency is launching very soon. Leon is going to be streaming. I'm going to be streaming officially with Leon. But as far as starting again, I don't know that January is going to be the start. Leon has basically said that there's a lot of stuff that has to be thought through, right? He said he wants this this third go around to be as good as it can be, right? Like from the start. So no figuring things out as we go, all that sort of thing. He wants it to be like, all right, bam, 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 ducks in a row from day one. So Who knows how long that'll take to get figured out, but I'm sure it'll happen eventually. But I'm not going to say January. But however, there will be content, and the Discord is always there. So exclamation point Leon if you want to join the Discord. Um, but so you can start anytime, but uh, but the actual new classes need to be perfect from the get go, or as good as they can be from the get go. Oh, thank you for the resub, Kasaba. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I hope you're having a good day. Well, you already said you were, so I'm glad your day is going well. Yeah, got to learn from cohort 2 and be scalable. Exactly. Yeah, but all the VODs are available, so you can start learning on your own anytime. You can catch up with Leon's stuff. You can catch up with my stuff. It's all there. Ubalda says, I'm remaking Leon's binary upload boom for 100 hours project. Can't find a good answer. How to make so that the user can upload multiple images about one item. Um, yeah, I don't know if I can answer that off the top of my head. Um, I mean, Cloudinary should allow that. Cloudinary is basically just a bucket. So I think you would just need to make sure that your database, is set up for multiple images. So image 1, image 2, image 3. Make sure that it's set up to pass those through, right? Whoop, I bumped my cup. I almost spilled it. Make sure that you're set up to pass multiple images, because right now I'm sure you're only passing, set up to pass one. So just make sure that you can do that. And then, yeah, Cloudinary should be fine with you doing that. So you just need to make sure that your structure is set up that way. Oh, and Piece of Shoot has given some advice there to check the Multer docs. So that's right. I forgot we're using Multer for that. So yeah, you may need to configure Multer in order to make that work. Aha! Rascal's got the answer. So do whatever Rascal said. All right. Hey, Hote Dance, good to see ya. Hey, 3Divker. Yeah, and you can also do, that's right, there's other ways to do it as well, as with most things. Um, if you're not comfortable doing this last child type thing, you could also do gap 30 pixels right after display flex. Yep. And so that would put an interior gap between these items, so that's perfectly valid as well. Thank you for the follow, Ignacio. Hey, fear of code. I hope you don't fear code after tuning into the stream today. All right. Saludos. Welcome. Is it good to use Firebase DB or any DB that is not in the same hosting or same environment? Same hosting, same environment. Not sure I fully understand the question, but I mean, we already use MongoDB. So as long as you have the appropriate protections, like using keys, making sure that authentication is secure, in hashing things, hashing user information, making sure that you're not deliberately exposing things, and keeping your communications secure as well, protecting your routes. Then, I mean, using cloud services is inevitable. So if you're using something like Firebase or MongoDB, you should be fine. We are champion. Oh, congratulations. Is the final over? It sounds like it might be. Okay, let's keep going. Congratulations, though. I'm just assuming based on what I'm seeing. All right, so we did our column here, and now let's go ahead and format our column title. So the column title is just this white text up here. Now we're going to do something kind of interesting with this. So nothing too unusual here. Margin, let's see, wait, sorry. Kanban column, and then we're going to call it Kanban column title. All right, margin bottom. Why can't I spell? Jeepers. All right, margin bottom is going to be 20 pixels. And font size, we'll make it 30 pixels. we'll make that color white. And the last one here is something you might not have seen before, but user select is going to be none. Does anybody know what this does? If I say user select none on a particular text element or something, what does that do? Or what does that prevent? Hey, Zeus, welcome. Hi from Spain. Welcome, welcome. Oh, Zena, you used Laravel, PHP Laravel. Okay. Yeah, that's right, piece of shoot. Exactly. So user select none, what that does is it prevents the user from accidentally selecting something. So watch up here. I'm going to try to drag and select that this column title completed. And I can't. I'm clicking and dragging right now. I can't grab it and I can't highlight it either. So if I say user select none, that prevents this from being highlighted. And now, why we might want to do that with something like this is if I am dragging stuff around, and this basically what this does is it prevents me from accidentally grabbing one of these column titles by accident and getting confused. So just if you've got users, clicking and dragging around the interface, you want them to not be able to grab stuff that you don't want them to grab, right? You want to prevent them. You want to keep the user boxed in as much as possible. And so in this case, we're just going to say user select none so they can't accidentally grab one of these. Yeah, and some people do that on their whole site, which is evil. I agree. Yes, you shouldn't do this on your whole site. You want people to be able to copy paste things. But for stuff like this, when you don't want them to accidentally grab a column title, you can absolutely prevent them from doing so. Hey, you have to start learning Spanish. I did take Spanish in college. Yeah, I know a little bit. I know enough to be dangerous. Oh, good. I'm glad you love this. Yeah, there's a lot of fun little CSS tricks in this, which I just love. I love those little things that are not hard to learn, but just make you go, "Oh, that's so cool." Yeah. Yeah. You don't want to actually, yeah, like drag in progress to the completed column. Yeah. You don't want to mess with, moving column titles around accidentally. Zeus says, "This is a project for university." No. This is a project for, well, it's in service of free, a free full stack software engineering learning system called 100 Devs. So it doesn't cost anything. It's not a university project or anything. There's no fee. We're just learning full stack web development. Online on Twitch for free. So if you're interested in that, do !Leon in chat, or someone else can do it. And that'll bring up some links to the website and the Discord. Again, totally free, no obligation. It's all on YouTube and Twitch. And it teaches you full stack from the ground up if you're interested in that. So, yeah, New Horizons has got the links there for you. So feel free to check those out. The Discord's really active if you want to just learn some basics or just explore. All right. So let's go ahead and go to the next one. So we did our column. Now let's format our, let's go ahead and format our input boxes. So we're going to say Kanban item input. And for these input boxes, we're just going to have a little bit of padding on the inside. Padding is going to be 10 pixels, 15 pixels. Box sizing is going to be border box. Background will be white. Border radius, again, that's just our rounded corners. It's going to be 5 pixels. And our cursor is going to be a pointer. So what that's going to do is when I move my mouse over one of these boxes, you can see that my cursor turns from a classic click arrow to a pointer. And what this indicates to the user is that, hey, this is something that we want you to click on. So we want you to be able to click on this and do stuff with it. So I can click on this, I can drag it. Oh, and one feature I forgot to show you guys is that if you double click on any of these items, if you double click, it asks, this is how you delete things. So are you sure you want to delete this item? Okay, or cancel. So, and if I do that, it will delete the item. So that's one feature I forgot to show you. But anywho, the pointer, turning our cursor into a pointer basically tells the user, hey, this is something you can interact with. All right. So we have our input. Hey, thank you for the follow, Hazelwood. All right, now we're going to configure our, we're almost done. We've only got 3 more things to configure for, and then we're done with our CSS. So we did our item inputs. Now let's go ahead and do our drop zones. So what I mean by drop zone, Kanban drop zone. What I mean by drop zone is that is the area that appears when so you see how when I drag an item from one column to another, I get that movement and I get that sort of darker area that appears. This is just a visual indicator to the user saying, hey, if I drag something over here, this is a valid space for me to drop it. You can see it appears at the top of the column or below any of the other items in the column. It's a visual indicator for for the user. So that's what we're going to create here. And you notice it's got a little bit of animation, right? So I wonder how we're doing that animation. Is it some kind of elaborate plugin or library that I have to use? Why, no, CSS can do that for us natively. So thank you for the follow, Rickety Rocket. Nice username. I like it. All right. Height is going to be 20 pixels. Angular says, I need to relearn coding. I forgot everything. Well, hey, if you want to relearn coding, you should join 100 Devs. Again, it's a free self-paced learning system, and everybody's starting, at all different times, at all different skill levels. And it teaches you software engineering from the ground up. So feel free to do !Leon, Leon, in the chat if you would like a link to our Discord and the website so you can see what we're all about. There you go. Yeah. All right, so transition. That's what we're going to use in order to create that very nifty little animation. So essentially what this is doing, what this is going to do, so height, I'm going to add a couple things here. 15s, and then height 0.15. So what this is going to do is it's going to move us from one class to another. So we're going to move from Kanban drop zone to an active class. And that's going to help us transition from one to the other and create that sort of nifty little movement as we go. Is drop zone something default, or we'll be naming a component drop zone? Yeah, we're going to be naming something drop zone later. We're just kind of setting up some styling now that will come into play later on. But yeah, good question. So yeah, drop zone is going to be something that we'll be creating later. Yeah, 100 Devs will teach you MERN stack. So, it's pretty full featured, front to back, and again, self-paced and free. That's, I've been doing it since January, and it's been really fun. All right, so our next class here is going to be now. So this is the starter Kanban drop zone, and then we're going to add our active class. So Kanban drop zone dash active is then the class that we transition to, and when we do so, that height is going to have a height of 40 pixels, and it's going to have a background of RGBA 0, 0, 0, 0.25. Okay, so this 0.25 right here, if I'm looking at RGBA, this last 0.25, what does this signify? Does anybody remember? If I'm using RGBA, what does the A part of this signify? Yeah, exactly. It's the alpha channel or the opacity. So how clear or opaque the color is. And so here we've chosen black, but it's at 0.25, opacity. So 0.25 opacity. And so what you see is when I drag something over here, you get this kind of 0.25 um, 0.25 box that, slightly opaque box that appears that just signifies the drop zone. So that's what that's for. All right, the last class we're going to add here, or the last style that we're going to add here, is for Kanban. We're going to call it add item. And this is just going to be the styling for our buttons. So we have these add item buttons down here at the bottom. Um, and these are just for adding items, and we're just going to add some styling here. So width is going to be 100%. So that's going to be 100% of the parent, right? And in this case, the parent is the column. So width, 100% of the column. Padding, we're just going to add, 10 pixels and 0. And font size is going to be 16. Color is going to be white. Background, again, I'm actually just going to copy and paste this background here. Similar, we're just going to have a little bit of opacity. So I'm going to do just like a 0.1. So it's just going to be a green button, essentially like slightly darker green button. Just basically a light overlay of shading. No border, because again, remember, buttons have, so if we make a button, it's going to have certain styles that are built in by default, right? Such as a border and like that sort of 3D type look. And we want to remove those default styles and add our own. And so we're going to take away that border, add a border radius of 5 pixels to match the other boxes. And again, cursor pointer, because we want to tell the user that this is something that they're allowed to interact with. All right. Zeus says, what do you think about ChatGPT? I think it's a fun little play tool, but it's not going to be taking developers' jobs in the near future. I like the way that Leon has said in the past is it's at most it'll be sort of a semi replacement for Stack Overflow, those kind of crowdsourced type answers to simple problems. And so what a dev does is so much more than that, right? We have to think about human problems and build tools to meet complex human needs. And at least in the moment, ChatGPT is not good at that. You can ask it complex questions and it'll give you answers that sound good, but those answers are only going to sound good. They don't make sense when applied in context. So you can generate like simple code answers or like conceptual answers to like what is a div and that kind of thing. But or write me a song about HTML. But right now it can't solve those complex sort of human big picture type questions. It just doesn't have the context to do it. Yeah. Yeah, and ChatGPT can be good for taking things and taking your input and then and spitting it back to you in a different form. That's fine, but it can't think independently at the moment, at least. Yeah, don't trust the fear mongers on YouTube. It's not taking our, and a lot. Let me tell you. So I'm currently a dev, right? I work as a dev. I'm a SQL dev, not a full stack dev, but it's pretty much the same across the board. A lot of what I do is not writing code. A lot of what I do is helping separate systems talk to each other, right? Helping, you know, helping an outside database interface with our database, taking the weird requests of the business and formatting the data coming out of our database to look the way they want it to. And Chat GPT cannot do that. It can't take those sort of multi-part, multi-system, multi-business need problems and come up with an answer for you. So a lot of what I hardly write any code myself, but a lot of it is taking those components and figuring out the complex transformations that are needed in order to spit out what the business needs. And so that's ChatGPT ain't taking my job anytime soon. Yeah. Yeah, it's great for patterns and boilerplates. Exactly. Okay. So what it's doing here? So somebody asked about the drop zone, the transition here. So essentially, it's just this is basically the time. Um, it's like the time it's going to take to get to the background color and the height. So if we watch this, watch very carefully. You can see that watch the background color fade in, and watch the height go from the height it was to the height of the active drop zone, right? And if I let's change this time duration here. Let's change it to um, let's see. Wait, oh, I need to change it on the finished version first. Hang on. Let me change it over here on the working version. If I do this, okay. Oh, and I realized I have a small typo here. This should be transition background 15 seconds, comma, um, height 0.5 seconds. So I did that slightly incorrectly. So please make that correction. Background, comma, height. There we go. Yeah. All right. But if I change the background to 1 second, we should see that the color is going to change much more slowly. So there we go. So do you see how slowly the color changes now? Because I changed the duration to 1 second on the finished version. And so it's just controlling how quickly it transitions from one class to another. Yeah. Good stuff. Okay. I'll change that back. Sorry, I'm not laughing at anything that anybody says. My dog is over on the couch and he seems to have developed fairly bad gas. So, sorry. Oh, God. Okay. Um, he likes to chill out during my streams. Okay, so I think that was all of the CSS that we needed here. I think we're done there. And there was a question about the time expectation for 100 devs. Really, you can go at your own pace. As many have said, it's self-paced. So go at whatever speed you need to go in order to learn the material. What's most important is that you learn the material. And if you want to go at like the original cadence, you absolutely can. But yeah, you'll be spending 6 hours a week in class at least, maybe more if you end up watching my streams or some of Leon's supplementary stuff. Um, at least 6 hours a week in class, and then additional hours doing the assignments. And so, do plan to devote your evenings to it. But in the end, it's definitely worth it. Yeah. Consistency is important, not speed. Absolutely. Yep. As everybody else has said. Okay, so our CSS is done. Oh, clip. Thank you. Yeah, that's great. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Class 25. So worth it. Absolutely. Yeah. And the great thing is if you join the Discord, and you go to so first when you join the Discord, make sure you go to like the read here, the read first channel and that sort of thing. Click all the emojis and then go to the catch up crew channel on the Discord. And there you'll find all the materials that are most relevant for people just starting out. And people have built websites and repositories and all those things for the past classes and past homework assignments, so they can really help you get up to speed on what assignments are associated with each class. Yeah. All right, so our CSS is done. So now that we've finished our HTML and our CSS, I'm going to go ahead and do a push to the repo, just so if anybody has just joined us, they can easily catch up. So I'm going to do our git add here and git commit finished. Oops, finished HTML and CSS. All right, git push. Also, too, one of the most valuable things that 100 Devs has taught me is how to use Git and GitHub. I was already a dev when I started 100 Devs, but I had never used GitHub before. None of my previous, my current employer actually doesn't use GitHub, amazingly. All of our code is stored in LAM drives. But I'm so glad that I have learned GitHub because it's so valuable. Thank you for the follow, Astro Singularity. Appreciate it. Yeah, the Discord is great for everything. There's tons of help channels, so if you have questions, you can always ask them in the help channels as well. All right. Do they at least do a Git repo on the land drive? Nope. I've been trying to push for GitHub. We're slowly trying to, so I'm fairly new to this particular group. We're slowly trying to modernize processes, and I think GitHub will be one of those things. If you want the Discord Astro, you can do !Leon, !Leon, and that will give you links to the website, the Discord, and the the Twitch channel as well. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so HTML and CSS are done. Now let's go ahead and move to our main.js. Well, yeah, we'll do everything that's sort of at the base folder level here first. So let's go ahead and minimize our CSS or collapse our CSS folder. And we're going to make a new file here just called main.js. All right. And just organize things over here. Oh, sorry. Actually, we're gonna create a folder called JS and put our main.js in there. My apologies. All right, folder called JS, and then let's move main.js in there. All right, that's right. Okay, can't mess up the folder structure at the beginning. That's not gonna be good. All right, so we have a folder here called JS, and then we have our file in there called main.js. And this is the file that we've linked to inside of our HTML. So remember, we linked to this before. It's a module type, so we can import and export things, individual components between all of our JS files, just because we've told it that we're using module type here. So let's go into main.js. All right. And I'm going to do an import here. So we're going to do our first import. This is something we haven't written yet, but we will. So I'm going to import Kanban from .view/Kanban.js. Okay, so I'm importing this. Oops, and I spelled import wrong. Go me. All right, so we're going to be importing this view once we've created it. We haven't created it yet, but once we do, we'll be able to import it, and we can say new Kanban. And all we're going to do here is we're going to associate our Kanban board with the location on our HTML where we want that board to live. Now, if you recall, we don't have very much in our HTML, right? We just have that's one single div with a class of Kanban, right? So I'm going to go ahead and select that div. Now, out of curiosity, hooking up our code to a single location inside of our HTML, does that remind anybody of anything? What does this kind of feel like? And I kind of said the keyword already, but kind of gave it away. But what does this kind of feel like a little bit? Just passing in the location where we want our board to live. And this is it. We're done. No more main.js. This is all we're putting in here. We're just saying, all right, create a new Kanban and associate it with the Kanban div with that location. Yeah, it's a little bit like React, isn't it? We're not using React here, but you're going to see some similarities and parallels given the fact that we're going to be essentially generating everything dynamically inside of our JS folder, inside of our JS, and then just sending it out to the HTML. And then also associating like individual items inside of their parent columns, the parent columns inside of the parent board. We're creating these individual components and then giving them a hierarchical relationship. And so this is going to feel a little bit similar in application to React, even though we're not using React here. Yeah. Hey, Dumpster Dev. Good to see you. Thank you for the follow, Arthur. Okay. So main.js is done. Go us. Let's move on. So now that we've done our main.js, so we created our HTML, we created our CSS. Yeah, we haven't made Kanban.js yet. Don't worry. We will though. Um, so we've done our HTML, CSS, and main.js. And now let's go ahead and build our backend. So the source of the data that we're going to be pulling in. And then we'll build our controllers. So the things that are actually going to be sort of generating these elements and controlling their behavior, right? So let's build our backend. So inside of my JS folder, I'm inside of my JS folder here. I'm going to create a subfolder. Oh, is it break time? Oh, it is. Okay, yes, good call. We'll take a break. So we're clipping along here. We're doing really well. So we're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break. We like to do that at the top of each hour. So I'm going to do a quick push here, even though we didn't add very much. I'm going to go ahead and do a quick push here. All right. And so anybody who's just joined us can catch up. I will link the repo again. Oops. There, that should be a clean link. The second one there should be clean. There you go. Okay, there's the repo. So feel free, if you just joined us, feel free to catch up. Clone that down and build along with us. Again, we're building a Kanban board today. So hopefully it should be pretty fun, especially once we start getting into the behavior. All we've done so far is really just some setup. But yeah, let's go ahead and take a break. 5 minutes, and then I will see you all back here. Please get up, stretch, get a drink. I know I will be getting some more hydration. And then I'll see you back here in 5. So let's get our timer going. Oops. All right, and somebody asked about Kitten Cam. Well, nobody's claimed Kitten Cam. So, if somebody wants to claim Kitten Cam, they can have it, but nobody's claimed it. So, I have kittens. I still have the same group I had before. But all right, I'll see you in 5. And Whoa Dude claimed foster kitten cam. Okay. Well, how about at the next break, we'll do foster kitten cam? All right. Sounds good. Okay, folks, we got about a minute left in the break, so come on back when you're ready to do so. So get hydrated, pet your dog, pet your cat, pet your significant other with their consent. Um, Stretch your wrist, stretch your neck, and then come on back. So, just on an unrelated note, I've recently started playing like the original God of War on PS4, and like I know I'm like 4 years late, but holy crap, that game is amazing. I love it so much. I was not expecting that. I'm a very patient gamer, so I wait until the sequel comes out before I play the first one. And yeah, it's great. God of War is amazing. Just putting that out there in the world. All right, gonna go ahead and stop the timer. And by that, I do mean the PS4 version, not the PS2 version. I didn't play the PS2 version of God of War, which is why I didn't play the PS4 version until now because I was like, eh. Yeah, I was like, I remember the PS2 version and it was fine, but I'm not sure that I'm really like invested in more of that. And then lo and behold, it's completely different and I love it so much. It's an amazing game. Yeah, dad and son simulator. Thanks for the break. Yeah, no problem. We do try to take healthy breaks on the hour. So yeah, dad and son. Yeah, and originally I was like, man, it's just gonna be more like crazy violence and stuff like, and that's fine. Like you can have like games like Doom, which do that really well. But yeah, man, I, I'm trying to 100% it right now. Like playing like 2 hours a day. I'm trying to 100% it, so it's taken me a while, but it's so good. I love it. All right. Anyway, let's get back to it. No worries, Astro. That's fine. You're allowed to ask questions. Um, I'm sorry to ask so many questions, but when is the start of the next session? Yeah, so as of now, there's no definite start date. However, all of the lessons from the last cohort are available for you to start at any point. So you can start now if you want and just watch the pre recorded stuff on YouTube and then ask questions on the Discord. Um, so that's free for you to start at any point. The next live session will happen sometime, but Leon really wants to work out the kinks from the previous one, lessons learned, that kind of thing, and make the next session even better. So I'm sure it'll be announced on Twitter and all sorts of channels as soon as it's ready to go. But you can start self study anytime using the lessons that are available on YouTube. Yeah. Thank you for the follows, Hanako and Leza. And I saw the during the break I checked Reddit and I saw the Argentina World Cup win. Yeah, I just double checking I got it right. Yeah, Argentina World Cup win. So congratulations to our Argentinian friends. Hooray. Good job. God of War stream win. Nah, I'm not gonna stream. I'm not gonna stream PS4. That just sounds like more trouble than it's worth. Um, Crazy violence and emotional character growth. That's the key. Yeah, exactly. Both of those in a beautiful sandwich. All right, let's keep going. So, we finished our css, we finished our javascript, we finished our main.js, sorry, and we finished our index.html. Now if you just joined us and you want to get caught up, I'll paste the repo one more time. This is our progress so far. Now let's keep going. So again, this is what our finished product is going to look like. So let's start building out the components of that product. All right, so let's go ahead and start building out our API. So this is going to be essentially our backend. Now we're using local storage, so our storage and our interface to that storage are going to be in the same file. However, if you wanted to make this truly full stack, obviously you could use the backend of your choice and just have a regular API. Accidentally turned out SVG green marble background. If you make a transparent substrate from below, it will be fun. Yeah, so you can, yeah, there's all sorts of fun, CSS styling that you can do, making things, having layers of transparency and all that stuff. Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of fun things. All right, let's add an API folder. So inside of our JS folder here, we're going to add an API folder. And then inside of that API folder, we're just going to add a file here called Kanban API. So Kanban API.js. And inside of there, we're going to build out our backend. So all right, now we're going to build out a class. A class that we can export. So we can basically we're gonna have this class and it's gonna have a bunch of methods in it, and we're gonna be able to then export that and then import it into other files and make use of those methods in other places. So that's what we're gonna do. All right, so I'm gonna say export defaults class, and we're gonna have a Kanban API class. Kanban API. ES6 modules. Yeah, we're doing fun stuff with modules today. I love this stuff. It's really cool. All right, so we built out our class. This is what we're going to be exporting. However, before we start populating this, I'm going to add so in this class, essentially what we're going to be doing a lot of is we're going to be reading and writing to our local storage. So we're going to be grabbing things out of local storage, doing stuff to them, and then writing them back. If you think about CRUD operations, when we do a create, we're going to be saving things to local storage. And when we do a read, we're doing a read from local storage. When we do an update, we're doing both, right? We're doing a read and a save. And when we do a delete, we essentially just do, again, a read and save, right? Um, so, um, so willfulness, if I can make a suggestion, if you want to do, you're welcome to do like a pull request on the repo. That might be easier than trying to paste a bunch of complex CSS into the Twitch chat. It might be hard for people to kind of follow it. So willful, if you want to make a pull request on the repo, you're welcome to do that and add your contribution there. All right, so we're going to be exporting this class, but since we're going to be doing a bunch of reading and saving over and over and over again, what should we do? If we have something that we want to reuse a bunch of times, the same action. Yeah, willfulness, yeah, if you could please stop, that would be great. Don't spam the chat, please. I know you're doing something cool, but don't spam the chat. Like I said, do a pull request on the repo. All right, so if we have something that we want to reuse over and over and over again, what should we do with it? Just anything. Hey, function. Yeah. So let's make a couple functions. We know we're going to be reading and writing a lot. So let's, outside of our class, so we've built our little shell here. Outside of our class, let's make a function called read. And then we're going to make another function called save. So oops, can't spell. All right, save. So we're going to have these two functions, which we'll make first. No worries. It's okay, willfulness. I don't mind. I love that you're sharing. But if you want to share, you can definitely, modify it yourself and then make a pull request on the repo. And that way everybody can grab it from there as raw code, which is much easier than trying to grab it out of Twitch chat. That'll make it much easier for people to follow along what you're actually doing. All right. So we're going to go ahead and read first. And what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be reading it from local storage. So reading from local storage, if you haven't done it before, it's pretty easy to do. All you really need to do is just set up some JSON. Just grab that JSON out of local storage. And in order to get something out of local storage, all you need to say is just get item. Local storage.get item. That's all you do. If somebody could paste the link to the repo for Jesda, that'd be great. All right. And so what we're going to be getting out of local storage is an item called Kanban data, which we're going to be creating. And that's all you need to do to grab something out of local storage. It's very easy. Thank you, Zena. However, if there's nothing in local storage already, If there's nothing in local storage already, we want to write some default data, right? So when I load up this Kanban board for the first time, all I want to see is just the 4 empty columns that are ready to accept data. So I'm going to need to set up my structure, which is just going to be 4 columns, each column of which is going to have an ID of 1, 2, 3, or 4. If you want, you can start at 0. That's up to you. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a list of items inside of them. So essentially, we're going to have an ID and then a nested array containing all of the items in that column. And that's how we're going to set up the actual display structure for this later on. So first we need to set up our storage just like you would in a database. And so that's what we're going to do here. So if there's nothing to get, so if we're loading this up for the first time, if there's nothing to get, if that's empty, then we want to return a default array. And that array is going to contain our objects that are ready to accept an array of items. So column ID 1 and then an empty array. And we're going to do this for each, with a comma there, we're going to do this for each of our 4 columns. Now, if you had more columns, you would just set up your structure differently. You set up more columns. It just depends on how you want to set up your board. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. And that is what we will return if there's nothing in there already. I'm going to make this a little smaller. There we go. All right, and the last thing that we need to do is essentially take that JSON that we're grabbing out of local storage and just make sure that we're parsing it so we can use it. So in order to do that, we can just say json.parse and parse the JSON. And then that's what we're going to return so we can actually pull it in and use it elsewhere. So basically we're just doing a read, get local storage.get item, and then return it in parsed form. Okay. Reading from local storage is like sticking your hand down an ice bucket to grab some rusty nails. Oh, I've never had that much trouble with local storage. Yeah, it's a nice data structure. It's very clean, right? And remember here, we're referring to columns, not individual items. So what we'll see as we're going to look at our local storage here in a minute to see how it looks when it's populated. But this is going to be a nested array of items, each with their own properties. So we're going to have a few levels here, but that's all going to be done automatically. All right, so now let's also do our save function. Local storage. Again, we're going to be talking to local storage. And instead of reading, we can just say set item. Set item. Again, this is all built in. And we're going to set it into our essentially our key called Kanban data. Kanban data. And what do we need to do? Does anybody know? What do we need to do when we pass data into local storage? What do we need to do to it first? Yeah, exactly. So yeah, so right, and kind of piece of shoot was kind of explaining the opposite there. So local storage save things as strings. And then when we pull it out, we need to make sure we're parsing it out as JSON so that we can actually use it and read it as something other than a string, right? And so the reverse stands to reason, right? That if I save something into local storage, what do I need to do to it? If I'm saving it into local storage, what do I need to do? Yeah, we need to turn it into a string. And the wonderful thing is that we have something built in that can do that for us, right? We can stringify, json.stringify our data. And so we're going to be passing in some data. Why did I put a space there? All right. Function save data. So we'll pass in some data that we want to save, and then we're essentially just saving that to Kanban data. We stringify it, And that's all we need to do there. So now we have our built-in sort of read and save functions that we can call at any point. And call them. We're going to call them a few times during this process. So now that we've written out these reusable functions, we can start actually building out the structure of our API itself. Now, what our API needs to do for us is it needs to be able to handle all the CRUD operations, right? Create, read, update, delete. So it needs to handle those four. And so that's what we're going to build out. But having those reusable read and save functions is going to help us a lot to just make things more streamlined. Okay, so first, let's go ahead and do our read function. That's what gets done. That's what we generally do first because that's what gets used the most. So we're going to create some methods here, and our first one is going to be called get items. And so what this is going to do is it's going to take in a column ID, and it's going to get all of the items for that column so that we can populate them on the screen. Are you going to attach these save and load methods to the class like a composite code architectural boss? I'm going to use them in the class, but right now they're just sitting outside. They're sitting outside of the class itself. So I'm not quite a boss. All right, but you can do that if you want. All right, so we're going to pass in a column ID. Oh, column ID. There we go. And for the get items, what we're going to do is we're just going to say const column is going to be equal to, now we're going to read from local storage. We're going to read everything from local storage. And we're going to see if we can find the column that's been passed in. We're going to see if we can find that in the list of columns in our database. So first we're going to look it up. Column dot ID equals the column ID that we passed in. Column ID that we passed in. Okay. So what we're doing here is we're essentially just saying, all right, read from local storage and see if you can see whether that column exists, see if you can find it. And if it doesn't exist for some reason, I don't honestly know why it wouldn't, especially, if an item's already in a column, and we're moving it from, like, say, one column to another. Yeah, I don't know why it wouldn't exist, but this is just, it's always good to have, error states and things that can control for uncertain things. So if that column ID doesn't exist, then we just want to return an empty array, so nothing. But if it does, then we just want to return all of the items that are in that column, right? So return column dot items. And all this is doing is just saying, all right, grab all the items out of the column that gets passed in. Yeah, any reason for going class-based instead of functional? Really what we're doing here is we're just sort of playing with this import-export type ability that we have. So we're going to be exporting a lot of these class methods into other places inside of our code. And also we're going to, in not right now, but a little bit in some of our other components, we're going to be exploring some, parent-child type elements and different relationships. So it's a mixture of grouping things and then also exploring this import-export capability. And I mean, it's just fun to explore with different ways of writing things and how they work together, right? Thank you for the follow, Simple Sphere. It's fun to not get too locked into one way of doing things, right? It's fun to explore other ways of writing things and saying, all right, does this feel good? How does this feel to me? What can I do here that I couldn't do with other methods? Yeah. All right. So this is our read. We're just checking to see, all right, pass in a column ID, get all the items in that column, and return them. Okay. Now the next method we're going to do, remember, don't get outside of your class. Make sure you stay inside that closing bracket. We've done our read. Now let's do our create. So insert item, we're going to call this method. And what we're going to need to pass into this is a couple of, we're going to pass in a couple of things into this. One of them is going to be the column ID where we're inserting an item, right? Because if I click the add button here on the in progress column, I wanted to add it to that column. Like that's where it needs to go. So I'm going to be passing in a column ID, and I'm going to be passing in the content, right? Content. So this is going to be the ID where it goes and the text that I've written. So the first thing, when I'm inserting something new, the first thing I need to do is read everything that's already there, grab that stuff out of storage, figure out, the next thing I need to do is figure out where, where this new item will fit, so what column it goes into. And then I need to build the item itself, with an ID and with the content. And then I essentially just need to add it in the correct location. So we're going to do those 4 things. So first thing is going to be easy. Just const data equals read, because we already wrote a function for this. It'll already read it for us. So const data equals read, const column. Again, we're going to do something similar to what we did up here. So I can just copy this. We're going to find the column where it goes. And then we're going to build our item. So const item. We're going to have, remember it needs 2 things. So if we look at our structure here, we've got item, or we've got an ID. Sorry, this is the columns. But our item structure is going to be, have an ID value and then the actual text content. So if we look, let's just take a quick peek at our local storage here. Let me see if you guys can see that. It's probably behind my head. To make this a little bigger. So this is the local storage for the finished version here. So if we look at this, we can see, I'll zoom in a little. There you go. We can see that we've got our 4 columns here, and inside of each of those columns, the column ID is 1, and then we have our list of items. So each of those items has its own ID. So this first one is 25858, and it has the content of item 1. So each item has an ID and content. So we've kind of got a nested storage type situation here. That's what we're going to be building out. Yeah, and it's, Dan can code, there's always there's always a trade-off, right? I always have to think about, something might look better if I added more features, but I wouldn't have time to talk about it all, and people wouldn't be able to follow, as I'm talking about it on stream. So there always is a trade-off there. Like I mentioned earlier, I made a React version of the Kanban board as well, and it was really cool looking, but it would have taken me 7 hours to get through on stream, and I'm not doing those types of streams anymore. I've sworn off that life. All right, so it's always a trade-off, but this is still going to look good in itself, and it's going to be simple and clean. So that's a positive as well. Sometimes simple is good. All right, so item, we're going to build out the ID, and we're going to build out the content. So first off, with the ID, now there's lots of different ways that you can generate an ID for an item yourself, right? MongoDB does it for you, but there's ways that you can generate IDs. There's, different tools you can use, but we're just going to keep things simple. And we're going to use math.random. But this is good practice for generating random numbers. So if you recall, we can use the combination of math.floor and math.random to generate a random number of our choice. So I'm going to do this between 1 and 100,000, which should be plenty. And what this is going to do, it's just going to generate a random number times 100,000, and then make sure that it's, rounded down. So what kind of streams did I swear off? Yeah, 7+ hour streams. I'm not doing that anymore. That wasn't good for my health long term. All right, so the second component of this, the first one is we're going to randomly generate our IDs. The next one is we're going to create a content key value pair. However, a little shorthand trick here is that if I just say content, we're passing in content, right? We're passing in the text value that we want to put inside of our item. So if I just say content here, that will essentially do the same thing as if I did this. So a little shorthand that we can do is just say, all right, I just want my key value to be the same thing. So I can just say content, and that'll do that for us. All right. So we've inserted our item, or we've created our item. Essentially, we've set up the structure. We haven't saved it yet. So the next check we're going to do here is we're going to say just a little check. Again, if the column does not exist, so I can actually kind of copy this if statement from up above. If the column does not exist, I want to throw an error. So I'm trying to insert something somehow into a column that doesn't exist. Let's just throw an error and say, hey, column does not exist. Now, I actually was able to trigger this error at one point when I was messing around with this. I was actually able to throw this error, and it was when I tried to, so I originally started with just three columns here. When I tried to add a fourth, I was able to click the add button and try to like add things, but I threw this error. And that was because I didn't clear my local storage. So it didn't regenerate itself with 4 columns. It was still trying to save to the old 3-column storage. So I threw this error. And so it was good to have this error checking because that told me exactly what the problem was. So I just had to clear out my local storage and then rebuild it, and it was all fine. Okay. Oh, do I have a mistake here? Oh, yes, you're correct. Yeah, so in column, that's a great catch. Yes, so insert item, when we defined our column here, it should have been data.find instead of read.find. That's my bad. So it should have been data.find and then the column. Yeah. Let me make sure I didn't make that mistake up above here too. Yeah, so no, in this case, it was fine. I copied and pasted too quickly and I didn't proofread. Yeah. All right. So that's good. Okay, so now we've done a check to make sure the column exists. And yeah, it works the same. Yeah, it works the same, right? Yeah, that's one of those things that could be cleaned up a little bit. Absolutely. Yep. But I just want to make sure that I'm being, if I'm declaring data, I'm sure as heck better use it. All right. Exactly. All right. Now let's go ahead and so we've created our item. We've created the structure. Now let's add it into the place where it belongs. So we've found the column where it goes. Now let's add it in. So all we need to do there is just say, hey, column dot items dot push, because again, this is an array, so we can use array methods. We have everything stored in an array, so we can just say, all right, push the item containing both the ID and the content, and then just save it. Save data. And then we also, so we've saved it into the local storage. So we've done the back end part. It's in the local storage. And now we need to also make sure that we're returning we also make sure that we're returning the item so that we can also show it to the user, because it can be in local storage, but that's not going to matter if we don't show it to the people. So we also want to return it. That's going to, make sure that our front end matches our back end storage. All right. So we return the item. So we've found the column where it goes. We've created the item structure. We've made sure that the column exists. We've added the item into that column. We've added the item into that column array and saved it, and then returned the item itself. Okay. Did I miss something else here too? The word content. It works without it. We can add, you can add a column here. Yeah, sorry, you can add a comma there. It's fine. It does work without it, but sure, I'll add that, no problem. Okay. Yeah, I am my own QA engineer, exactly. A lot of times, part of my stream prep is just messing around with stuff and seeing if it breaks and finding like common things that can go wrong and seeing if I can fix those things before I go live, because it's a lot easier to find them beforehand than when I have stream brain and I can't think. Um, Error handling is like hugging your future self. Absolutely, it is. All right. So that's our insert. Now let's do our update. And then we'll do our delete. Actually, let's do our delete first, and then we'll do the update. Okay. So we'll do delete next, and then we'll do update. So delete item. And when we delete an item, remember we can delete an item by just double clicking on it. And so, when we double click on an individual item, we're essentially we're targeting it and we're registering that click and we're capturing the information about the item that was clicked on. That's what the like those event listeners and stuff can allow us to do. It can allow us to listen for that click, right? And then capture information about the thing that was clicked. And so we have that information now, and we can pass it into our delete method here. So again, we're going to have some similar things here. We can just say, all right, const data equals read. So we're going to read the stuff in local storage, and then we're going to analyze it to figure out if we can find the item that was clicked on so we can delete it. Piece of Shoe says, I'm a bit hazy on save. So save is the function that we made earlier, and all it's doing is it's a set item. That's just a little custom function that we made earlier, and it just saves it to the appropriate location. Okay, so delete, let's see what's here. I don't really remember static keyword before functions. Have we used that before? What does that really mean? Well, let's look it up real quick. Static method. Static, let's see. You probably can't see that behind chat. Sorry. Okay, so neither static methods nor static properties can be called on instances of the class. Instead, they're called on the class itself. The utility functions used to create or clone objects, whereas static properties are useful for caches, fixed configuration, or other data. It doesn't give me a whole lot of information. Static method, let's do JS here. Yeah, it's attached to the class, not the instance of the class. And so in this case, I think what I'm just making sure that I understand that. And so in this case, yeah, we're attaching it to specifically to the Kanban API class, and not when we instantiate that class elsewhere. So new Kanban API, it's still attached to the root Kanban API class, I think is what I'm understanding here. I just want to make sure I was following that as well. Yeah. No worries, Zena. That's fine. Okay. So let's see, where were we at? We were at delete item. Okay. And so what we've done here too, so piece of shoot, just to kind of answer, um, is we have saved, so we've saved the info in local storage. So we've saved the info in local storage, and we've also exposed the item. So we've also exposed the item so we can attach information about it inside of the HTML elements that we're going to create later. So we've done both. We've saved it in local storage, and we're sending information about that item basically to the front so that it can be attached to the various HTML elements that we're going to create later on. So it's going to still be in both places. We are saving it. Saved it in local storage, send information about it up front. But we'll see how that works a little bit later on. All right, so delete. Now, when we want to figure out which item we're going to be deleting, we can say, essentially, I just want to grab the data out of local storage, loop through it, find the correct item, and delete it. There's lots of different ways that we can do this. And thank you, Pewterfile. Great name. Thank you, Pewterfile, for also lending your explanation there as well. Okay. Well, let me make sure I didn't make a mistake there, piece of shoot. Hang on. I've made mistakes before. Let me just double check. All right, insert column dot items, push item, save data. Yeah, no, I think it's okay. Well, we'll see. Hey. Okay. I think we're fine though. All right, so delete items. Now we have to loop through the items that we're pulling out of local storage. So there's lots of different ways that we could do this. I'm going to use a for loop. I'm just going to say for column of data. So looping through the columns. Again, we can use that same column lookup that we used earlier. So again, column. It'll be similar to this, except we're going to do it at the item level. So we're going to say, all right, for each column, we want to loop through the items in that column. So we can say column dot items dot find, look through each item and see if the ID equals the item ID that was passed in. So essentially just loop through, see if we can find it. And then if that item exists, we're going to delete it. Yeah. Okay. Oops, not that. If the item exists, then column dot items dot. Now there's different ways that we can do this. However, probably the easiest way is to just use the array methods that we already know. So we can say splice, and remember that there's a few things that we need to pass in when we use splice. So we need to specify the start, how many items are being deleted, and yeah, I think so. Really, that's what we need. Is we just need this the point where we're starting, and then how many things to delete after that point. All right. So where we're going to be starting is the location of the item that we are deleting in the array. So if I'm looking at an array and I want to return the location of an item within the array, what method could I use to do that? What array method could I use to return the location of an item within an array? Array method quiz. Yeah, index of. Absolutely. Yeah, right. So we can just say, all right, column dot items dot index of item, and then we want to delete the singular item at that index. So we just say, all right, index of the item at that location, delete it. Boop. Make this a little bigger. Okay. And then after that, after we've done the delete, we can't forget that we have to save the result. So save it back to local storage. Okay. So I'm going to do, at this point, I'm going to do a push, and then we'll do our update. We'll do, because that one's the longest one, so we'll do that after I do a push here. So if anybody's catching up, added, create, read, delete. Yeah, okay. And push. All right, there you go. Repo is up to date. So we've done everything through, yeah, we've done everything. We've done CUD. Wait, no, we've done CURD. Now we do the U update. There's a find index method apparently too. Yeah, that's what I love about like array manipulation is that there's so many different methods that you can use to essentially accomplish the same thing, but you can really pick your poison as far as how you want to do it. So that's really fun. Yes. Uh, yeah, and we can break out of the loop when we find the item as well. Yeah, I think our items lists are not going to be terribly long, but if you were dealing with long resource intensive lists, then you would absolutely probably want to do a break. When you find the item that you're looking for. Sure. Yeah, it's a good suggestion, Ceruleus. Yeah, good suggestion. Okay, let's keep going though. But yeah, feel free to make this code better, right? As you're going through, there's already some things that we spotted that could be better, some things that are a little, could be cleaned up a titch. So feel free to do that and, add your styling, add, all those sorts of things. You're welcome to do that. All right. Now, above delete item, let's go ahead and add our update. Again, we're having a static method here. That's one thing I really love about streaming and doing these streams is that, like, y'all are smart and people come up with suggestions and different ways of doing things and share them. And so that's a cool thing. Okay, so in update item, left is an exercise to the reader. Yeah. Some of the stuff, yeah, I mean, it'd be great, but I also want to make sure that I, stay slightly within time. But I do appreciate it. So within update item, we're going to be passing in a couple things here. One of them, of course, is the item ID that we want to update, right? The other thing that we're going to be passing in is the updated content itself, right? We're going to be updating the text or something about it, like the location or the text or whatever. And so we're just going to be passing that in as a separate parameter here. New, and we're just going to call that new props for new properties. So that's just the content being updated. So let's go ahead and const data again, call our read function, read from local storage. But yeah, Dan can code. That reminds me as that left as an exercise to the reader. That reminds me of like math class in college or, certain classes in college where they'd be like, and do all these other things. That's for you to figure out. Yeah. Okay. Const data equals read. Now, what we're going to be doing here is another fun little trick. And it's something you may have seen before. I'm going to give you a quick example first, and then we'll write the whole thing out. So, has anybody seen something like this before? Let's do this. Do that equals. Has anybody seen something like this line here before? What do we call this? What do we call this? When we have an array of variables and then an array of values and kind of do a simultaneous assignment. Yeah. Destruction. I like that better than the actual answer. Yeah. Pewter file. I like, let's just call it array destruction from now on. I dig it. Yeah, we're destructuring. We're doing array destructuring here. And it's something that can be pretty useful in some cases, and we're going to do a little bit of that here. However, I just wanted to give you a simple example first to remind ourselves what this is. Um, yeah, and the result of this is that A will equal 1 and B will equal 2. And it's just a nifty little trick that you can do. And so we're going to do that here. And Dan Can Code says in Python they call that unpacking. Okay, and it's a similar, destructuring and unpacking are very similar definitions, right? Unpacking is a little bit more reader friendly, I think, but destructuring is just needlessly fancy word. But we're going to do that here. So we're going to say, all right, item and current column. What we want to do here is we want to return um, the item and the current column. And so we're gonna build a little like anonymous function here. And make sure I get this right. Okay. Set up the structure first, and then we'll fill it in. So let me see if I'm missing, might be missing a parenthesis here, but we'll figure it out. All right. So we're gonna loop through our data again, like we did before, for const column of data. So I'm gonna copy this. Const column of data. Going to loop through it. And what I want to return here is I want to return the item and I want to return the column where it sits. So item and column, find both of those things and assign them to both of these variables. So item is going to equal the item information, and the current column is going to be where it currently sits. So we can figure out what's been updated. Deep legal. Apparently I look like AOC. Thank you. That's a compliment. Thank you. All right. Oh, thank you. Yes, I'm missing my equal sign. Good catch. Yeah. It's usually a parenthesis that I screw up. In this case, it was an equal sign. So yes, because we're doing destructuring, we need to have the variables on the left, equal sign, and then the stuff we're doing on the right. So essentially now we have this little anonymous function here that's going to do all this stuff and then return what we're assigning to these variables on the left. All right. So we're going to do, again, just like we did for the delete, we can essentially copy and paste this. We're going to loop through the columns again, find the item, make sure I didn't, yeah, I think this is identical, so we can use this. All right. And then if we found the item, then we just want to return we want to return the item information and the column. And that gives us the current information about the item and its location, so we can figure out what's changed. Anonymous function immediately called after definition, hard mode. Yeah, and that's what we're doing here. Is we've created an anonymous function, and then we're immediately invoking it and assigning the result to both of these variables using array destructuring, which I just love this. It's so great. Anonymous function, return the value of the item in the column in an array, and then immediately assign them to both of these variables. It's just gorgeous. I love it. All right. Now, again, we want to do a quick check to make sure that if the item didn't exist, we want to make sure we handle that. So just like we've done before, if the item doesn't exist, and remember, if this is null, then it's falsy. So we can evaluate that in an if statement. So we'll just throw an error. Item not found. All right, perfect. So that's taken care of. Now we have the current content of the item, and then we have the new content that we've passed in. So we're going to compare those two. We're going to see, all right, did the content change? If so, update the content. If not, leave it the same. Also, did the column location change? If it did, update that. If not, leave it the same. That's all. We're just going to do a couple checks here to figure that out. This is fairly easy to do. So we're just going to say, all right, item.content. So the current content, new. So now we're going to see, all right, do we need to reset this content or not? So if the item was moved to a new location, but the content didn't change, then just leave it the same. Don't change it. If it did change, there's something there, then update the item content to equal the content that was passed in new props. Okay. If something is passed in to update, then update it, else don't. Nothing crazy there. All right. Now it gets real. Yeah. Does throwing an error immediately end a function? That's a good question, MME. Does anybody know the answer to that? Because I don't, off the top of my head. Does the error immediately end the function, or does it continue to execute without displaying anything? I rephrase, can you use question? Let me remind myself what that means. See if I can do maybe quotation marks around that. I hate it when you try to Google something like this. All right, what does question mean? Chat gets to be my Google. Yeah, I know it's some kind of conditional operation, right? Because you have like the and all that sort of thing. But nullish coalescing operator, okie doke. So is that checking for like specifically undefined? Oh, you don't need the else. Okay. I mean, if you want to, streamline this down, absolutely do it. Nullish coalescing. Nice. Okay. Give it a try. See if it works. Mine ended the function. Okay. Yeah, and that makes sense. Throwing an error. I would think that throwing an error would end the function, but I just didn't know the answer to that off the top of my head. It's a mouthful, indeed. All right. So we've checked our item content. And essentially if the the nullish coalescing operator is a logical operator that returns its right-hand side operand, so what's on the right side, if its left-hand side operand is null or undefined. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, so if the thing getting passed in is null or undefined, it returns the thing on the right, else return the thing on the left. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and I've seen that before, but I just didn't remember, what it was for. I think I'm just going to keep this as a ternary here just for me. But for if folks pull from the GitHub, it's a little easier to parse what's happening here. But if you want to streamline it with the double question mark, absolutely do it. Sounds cool. Okay, so next we're going to do our updating our column and potentially the position. So I could move things up and down in this list if I wanted to, right? I can take item 1 and I can move it to you see how it just changed position there? So take this, I can move things, change their position inside of the column and move them from column to column. So, change their location in a multitude of ways. And so that's what we're going to do here next. We're going to say, all right, if we're going to check and see if we passed in a new column ID and if we've passed in a new position and, a new position in the column itself. Ternary is more readable for if you're not familiar with those more complex operators, but that doesn't mean you can't use them. Absolutely use them if you know them. I'm going to keep it to ternary, but you are welcome to explore the glory of shorthand. It's great. All right, so we're going to check and see, did we pass in a new column ID? If that's not undefined, And we are going to use our shorthand here. And we should know what this is. Both of these have to be true, right? If the position is also not undefined, and again, you could probably use the double question marks here again, right? All right, so if both of these are not undefined, we're going to find the new target column where this is going to sit. So again, we can just kind of find, well, I'll just type this out, it's fine. Const target column is going to be data.find column ID is going to be set equal to the new column ID that we've passed in. So essentially, we're just changing the location of the item to be in the new column. All right. Make sure I get my parentheses correct here, my brackets. Okay, I think we're good. All right. And if the target column doesn't exist for whatever reason, target column doesn't exist, then just throw an error. Remove error. Okay, so we find the new column where it goes. Oh, when it's almost time for a break. Let's power through. Let's finish this API portion. We're almost done with this update, and then we'll take our break. Yeah, break time soon, I promise. Yeah. All right, we're almost done. We got 2 more lines to write. All right, so if so we found the new column where it needs to go. When we move something, we find the new column where it needs to sit, and then we also need to make sure we delete it from the old column. So we can move it to the new one, but they also need to make sure it's removed from the old column as well. Essentially, we're just completing the transfer here. So current column, and we're just going to do another splice and carve it out of there. So we find the current location, current column, items, index of, we can use that again, index of item, and delete the item. Splice it out of the current column where it sits, and then splice it into the new column. I could just copy paste this, but I'll type it out. It's okay. All right, now we drop it into the new position. Position, and we're not deleting anything, and we're inserting the item. So here we're using slightly different properties. We're putting it into its target column, right? We found the target column already, and we drop it into the position, the new position that we passed in, like 0, 1, 2, 3, whatever, pass it in there. We're not deleting anything, and we're inserting the item. So we're using splice in 2 different ways here, which I think is kind of cool. Here, we're taking the current column, at whatever index that item is located, delete it. Here, we find the target column, which we've already located, right? We already found it. Take the target column, splice it in at the position value that we passed in. So we passed in a position, splice it in there, don't delete anything, and insert the item data. So I think it's kind of neat. We're using it in 2 different ways here on 2 different lines. Yeah. All right. Now we're splicing both of them. You can, there's different ways you could do this, but we're gonna double use splice here. Okay. And the last thing we do once we're done is just save it. So we've made all these changes to the data and save. That's our API done. We have all of our CRUD operations written now. So now we can actually start building out, like, we have essentially written the behavior, right? We've written the behavior. And now we're going to build out the controllers that can make use of that behavior. Yeah. Okay. Saved. And I'm going to do a push. So if you got kind of lost in this, that's totally fine. You can grab it from the repo. You're lost in the sauce, no worries. I'm not going to leave you behind. Added update. Oops. Commit dash M. Git push, and it's time for a break, so we'll take a break. All right. Now, just kind of looking ahead here. It's fine. Good. All right, I just double checked, and this was the longest part. So we've got through the longest part. We've got through the longest part, and now we can just build out our individual modules that are going to make use of these. So things for actually creating the item, things for creating the column. That's going to be the majority of it. Yeah. So in let's see, the question was in update item. Just making sure that I didn't miss anything here. No, we don't return anything there. We're just updating them, but we'll see some more. We'll see some more behavior as we go that will help us make sure that the display is updated at the same time that we're updating the local storage as well. So we'll see some more behavior in the individual components that should help with that. Okay, break time. Thanks, Dan. All right, 5 minutes. Go get a drink. Use the bathroom. Pet your dog. Pet your friends. See you in 5. And don't just sit there. Go get up. Do things. Get up, stretch your legs. Don't sit. All right, folks, we got about a minute left in the break. So uh, get yourself a drink of water, whatever you need to do, and then come on back. Um, if you may recall, we had a kitten cam that was redeemed uh, just before the last break. And so I am fulfilling that promise. I'll have a little friend here when we get back. A friend who would like to say hello to you. Thank you for the follow, Sebs XP, Svekos, Deep Legal, Simple Sphere, Lisa, and Hanako. I don't know if you can hear the purrs, but I think the noise cancellation is too good. It's filtering out the purrs. All right, I'm going to stop the timer and we're going to go. Oop, sweetheart. No, 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 no. Sorry, she's trying to climb up me. All right. My camera back on here. All right. So, as promised, we'll spend a couple minutes with our little friend here. Um, so, this is Leche. She is one of my foster kittens. Um, she was named by Twitch chat quite a while back, and she's actually still with me for now. She's waiting on getting her surgery to get spayed, but she's a very big girl now, very cute. Yes, she's very sweet. She's purring like crazy right now. You can't hear it, but she's purring like crazy. She desperately wants to jump down and run around the room because she's very adventurous. She loves to explore and escape if she can. She got out yesterday and was running around the house. So, yeah, very curious little girl. Loves to climb and explore. And yeah, and very just gorgeous in general with her markings. So, this is how she looks. Very pretty girl. Yeah, I know. I know. Yes, thank you. Hello. Yeah, she loves to dig her claws into me, so that's fun. All right. Yeah, she's very pretty. She's gonna get adopted so quick. Yeah, and these guys, for those of you who've seen these guys before, they've grown a ton. They're really too big for their britches now. They're ready to go get adopted. They're over 2 pounds. They're ready to go get adopted, but they're just waiting on surgery. So sometimes it takes a while. She's playing Shadow of the Colossus. Yeah, the way she likes to climb me, right? I know, little baby. I know. Yeah. All right, kiddo. Yeah, I know. Why don't you turn around and say goodbye to everybody, huh? Looky here. Looky. There you go. Show them your beautiful face. Yeah, good girl. You're so pretty. Yeah, she wants me to pet her. Okay. Oh, piece of shoot figured out how to do the get the get the seconds back in the clock. Thank you for that. I'm going to test that out after stream. Maybe in the next break I'll test that out. Thank you for that. Yes, that's my mouth, darling. Yes, that's my mouth. Thank you. I don't want to know where there's paws have been. Okay, no claws. None of that. We're not doing that. All right. I'm going to go ahead and put her back, and I will be back with you shortly. But yes, feel free to redeem those kitten cams if you ever want to see cute kittens when I have them. If I don't have a kitten when you redeem a kitten cam, you'll just go on hold. And the next time I get kittens, I will fulfill the kitten cam. So don't worry, your kitten cam will never go to waste. You will always get to see cute kittens when I have them available. Okay, kiddo, you're getting squirmy. Come here. All right, let's go back. Okay. All right, I'll be back with you shortly. Okay, folks, we are back. And let's go back to our gameplay window. All right. Get that timer out of the way. Back to our Kanban board. Okay. So when we left off, we had just finished building out the API functionality, create, read, update, delete. So we have all those functions in place now, and we can build the components that call them. Save it up to name another one. Awesome, do that. Thank you for the follow, Angel's Dust. Absolutely. All right, so we're done with our Kanban API. Now let's go ahead and create out the rest of our elements. So let's minimize the API folder here. And now we're going to make a new folder inside of our JS here. So inside of JS, go ahead and make a view folder. And this is where we're going to put our viewable elements, right? So like our columns and our items and our Kanban board itself. So inside of view, let me think about what we want to do first. Inside of view, let's build out the board itself first. So building the structure of the board first. So we'll create, inside of view, we'll create a file called just Kanban. This is going to be building the board and pulling in the, the columns and stuff like that. Oh, can't spell either. Kanban.js. All right, that's inside of view. To build the board, you must become the board. Exactly. Yes, get in the mindset. All right. And again, we're going to build out a class here. Export defaults class Kanban. Now, once we do this, so now that we've built our Kanban class, we can put a bunch of stuff in here, and we're going to be pulling in other other exported things as well. But again, we're just creating something that we can export and use in other components. So first thing we're going to do is, since we're building something here, the number of times I typed COSNT today is staggering. Yeah. So the first thing we're going to do here is we're going to build a constructor. And what the constructor is going to do is essentially construct the board, right? That's what they're good for. So our constructor is going to take in something called root. And what this is going to point to is our div where we're putting the board. So if you recall, let's rewind a little bit. And if you recall, in our HTML, we have this div called Kanban. And in our main.js, we essentially created a new instance of a Kanban board, passing in the location of that div. So now we're revisiting that. We're importing it here, new Kanban, pass in the location of that div where we want this to live. And now we're saying, all right, we've passed in that div as the root. And we can assign it now to say, all right, this dot root equals root. So now it knows, it has its hook, right? It knows where it goes. And that becomes kind of the parent element. Okay, and now let's go ahead and, so we're going to add some more to this constructor, but I do want to build out a method first that we're going to call here in just a second. So outside of our constructor, let's build out a static method called columns. Static columns. And inside of columns is where we're going to actually set up our column structure, right? So we have them set up as like just basic columns with IDs in our local storage, but we actually need to build out how they're going to look on the page itself. So we want to build out our not started, in progress, completed, and on hold. And so each of these columns is going to have an ID, which we've already seen before, right? In our local storage, 1, 2, 3, 4, and a title. So it's going to have two things, ID and title. All right. So from columns, we're just going to return ID of 1 and a title. First one I'm just going to call not started. Okay. And now we can just copy and paste this a few more times. All right. And 2, 3, and 4. And next one is going to be in progress. Third one was going to be completed. And last one's going to be on hold. Now, you could have different column titles if you wanted. These can be whatever you want. As long as if you change the number of columns, just make sure that you also change that on the API side, right? On the API side, we set this up as well. So just make sure that you update like the initialize, the initial load. Make sure that you also add, like if you add an initial column, you're going to want to add an ID 5 here and an empty array to mirror what you're doing in this columns method. So as long as you mirror it in both places, you can add as many columns as you want, and you'll be fine. Okay, so we've created our static method here, and yeah, looks like I got all my parentheses and everything. Now let's go back up to our constructor here, and we're gonna say, okay, Kanban dot columns, we're gonna call that method we just created, and for each column, so for each of the columns that we just created, for each column, yeah, we're going to create an instance of the column class. Now, we haven't created the column class yet, so just kind of, I'm going to put a little to do here. And we'll go create that column class, and then we'll come back to this and finish fleshing it out. So create column class. And what this is going to do is it's going to essentially say, all right, for each of the columns that we've created, go ahead and create an instance of column class and apply all the stuff that column needs, right? So essentially in here, we're going to say, all right, generate a new column, add in all the items, add in all the formatting, all the things that we need. And it's going to just loop through and create as many as we need. So you could have 100 columns here, and it would just loop through and initialize each one. Good call out there, Dan can code. Yeah, so this is a good example of instance, this.root versus class, kanban.columns. Okay, yeah. Going back to, yeah, okay. Good call out. All right, so we're going to, excuse me. Take a drink, hang on. Yeah, and we can't do, yeah, that's right. And we can't do this, yeah, we can't do this dot columns because we made it static. So we have to say kanban dot columns. Yeah. Each time we call it here. All right, so we know what we need to do here, but in order to do it, we're going to need a column class instance that we can import. So let's do that. So underneath our view folder here, we're going to go ahead and create a new file called column.js. And inside, oh, and I'm going to save this first, sorry. And inside of column.js, I promise we're not going to skip around too much, but we have some things that are interrelated here. And so we just need to make sure that we build the elements out so we can pull them in. All right. Sorry, I'm just looking at something here. When your item is less, I think we should be define there. We have our Kanban API already, so we can call it. Perfect. Okay, I think we're good. All right, so now let's go ahead and start. Let's create our column class. So we're going to export again, default class called column. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to create a method called create root. And what this is going to do is it's going to help us generate the actual column structure. Now, inside of our column, we're going to have various elements, the same elements essentially inside of each column, right? We're going to have a title. We're going to have a list of items. And we're going to have an add button, right? So essentially 3 things. We're going to have a title, a list of items, which could be of varying length. It doesn't really matter. And we're going to have an add button. So what create root is going to do is it's going to help us generate those HTML elements for as many columns as we have. That's what's going to help us do. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to create a range. Now you might not have done this before, but I think it's kind of neat. So this is built in. And what create range is doing is it's essentially, and I looked this up earlier, but I think I want to look up the definition again. So create range. Yes, let's look this up real quick. So what create range is doing for us is it's allowing us to create like a new, sort of like a chain of items that can all be linked together. And so we are going to create this chain. I think that's probably the simplest definition that I could give it. We're going to create this chain of items that can be linked together, and we need to attach it to something. So it's kind of like a React hook. We're creating this chain of items, and we're going to hook it to something. So in this case, what we want to hook it to is we want to hook it to the body of the document. So we're going to set that hook as select node. Oops. Document.body. So that's what we've created our chain, new chain, hook it to the body of the document, and then we're going to create the links in that chain. In this case, the links in our chain are going to be the columns, the individual columns, which are going to contain a title, items, and a button. So each link, and we can have as many links as we wanted, but we can generate those within the range. Not done this before. Yeah, that's another, it's just such a cool little thing. I don't know. I just thought it was really neat and I wanted to show it to you all. So we're going to return our range with each link containing these individual like HTML elements. So we're going to use another built-in method called create. This one's interesting. Create contextual fragment. Again, this is built in. And inside of this fragment, we're going to create our column div containing our title, our items, and our button. Yeah, I think it is pretty neat. And so inside of here, we're going to, add some HTML. And then we need to add a little bit of a suffix here. And all this is going to do is we're going to create this element, create contextual fragment right here, and then immediately return it. So essentially we're just creating it and then saying, all right, and then toss it right back. Create it and immediately that's what we want to return. So that'll spit back the HTML for us. So let's go ahead and create the HTML that we're going to be spitting back. All right. Stop. these need to be tick marks. That's why. Jeepers. Ticks. All right, I'll figure it out eventually. There we go. All right, so now our HTML is just going to be, we're going to have a couple divs here. This is going to be a little bit manual, but you can always just, once I push to the repo, you can always copy and paste if you want. So we're going to be using some of these classes, these styling classes that we created earlier. So Kanban __ column. And inside of this column div, go ahead and create the close tag here. We're going to have three things. Again, we're going to have our column title. And I'm going to kind of copy paste here a little bit. Kanban column title. And then close tag. And so essentially what we're doing here is we're creating this HTML, and then we're going to anchor to it the actual things that we want to populate in here. So just bear with me on this. Column title, column items. And the last thing we're going to do is build our button. So button class is going to be Kanban add item. And then the type is going to be button. Type equals button. And the text in the button, we just want to say like + and then add. And then the closing tag is button. Okay, so I think I've got that right. These are going to be the elements that, again, they're going to make up our column, and then we're going to fill them in. Once we've generated them, we can fill them in. So I think we're good to go there. Okay. Just double checking here. Column items, column title. Yeah, I think we're good. Okay, so we've got our create root. Now that we have this create root, we can set up our constructor and call this when we need it. So set up our constructor to actually generate this. And for each column, we're going to be passing in an ID and the column title, because remember, we set that up inside of our Kanban board. We set up the ID and the title for each column. Now we pass it into this constructor and actually build the columns as we go. So for each column gets passed in an ID and a title. And now we're going to create our hooks to each of the HTML fragments that we created down here. So in the constructor, we're going to hook to each one of these and fill them in with the correct information. So first off, we're just going to set up an empty object for elements. And then we're going to set the root for each of those elements. Root. We're going to call our column.createRoot. So that's going to generate those HTML elements. Now we can set the title. So the title is going to be equal to this.elements.root.querySelector. You only have to type this once. You'll be able to copy and paste after you do the first time. .querySelector, and then Kanban column title. So we can target that. We can target the element with that class. So the element with the title class, we're going to target that. This.elements.items is then going to be equal to the Kanban column items. And then the third one, the button, this.elements.add item is going to be equal to this button with the class of add item. Oh, did I have a typo? Oh, query selector. You're right. Thank you for that. That's why I keep you guys around. Catch my typos. Good catch. I wondered why I didn't autocomplete. That would be why. All right. So we've set that up now. And we're just kind of, you can tell we're just kind of declaring some stuff for starters. But once we're done declaring it, we can kind of apply it all at once. So we're just targeting, we're setting, we're linking things together right now, right? We're creating some links. We're saying, all right, for the data that we're passing in, here's what it hooks to. Here's in these HTML elements that we've just generated, here's how things link together. All right, now we can say, all right, so for the ID of the data set that we are going to assign is just going to be equal to the ID of the column that we're passing in. And the text content is going to be equal to the title. So we're essentially just, again, taking in ID and title and then assigning the ID of what we've just what we're creating here, and assigning the title to the text content of, we're going to be assigning that to the text content of this div right here. Again, it's all just still set up. We've created so many links. We've created so many links, we might be building a fence. I know, right? Yeah, there's a lot of setup here. And yeah, we haven't run it yet, but we will be able to very soon. Corporate needs the Kanban. Corporate needs the Kanban board yesterday. We got to ship it. Yeah. Okay. Excuse me. And so now, after all that setup, we can finally say, okay, when we add an item, what is going to happen here? So for this dot elements dot add item, when that add item button is clicked, we want to add an event listener to register that click. Add event listener. So on click, then what happens? Oops, not inside. Yeah, one thing I need to get better about, honestly, is more intermediate testing. So rather than just building things out and getting in the flow and building the whole thing and then testing at the end, I need to do more intermediate testing. But here's how we can build it. So now we can, as soon as this add item button gets clicked, we're going to go ahead and build our new item very easily just by calling our Kanban API. Const new item equals Kanban API. Now, if you notice, as soon as I selected the Kanban API here, it automatically imported the API that we needed, right? Because we exported we exported it before, so it's smart enough to recognize, oh, you're trying to call it now, so I need to import it for you. So we can just say, we can add .js to the end of that, and that should be able to import it successfully. We can see if I hover over it, it's able to find the module automatically. So not only is it able to automatically import, we can double check that it's actually finding the correct module there, and it is. So we can call our Kanban API method of insert item, pass in the ID, and create an empty text box, because when you create a new item, that's what you want, just an empty text box. And then we're going to go ahead and call a new function that we haven't written yet called render item, which is actually going to generate it. So we're going to insert that item into our local storage and then render it for the user. Runtime bugs are the new hotness. Static checking is so 2020. All right. let's see, we've done create root already. So render item is something we haven't built yet. So let's go ahead and build it out. And then once we've done that, we'll be able to go back to our kanban.js and just finish the last couple lines of that rely on this column.js. So we've got, interlinking modules here. We just got to make sure that we build them out and then call them properly. So create root. Let's go down here to the bottom. Anybody know if it's a VS Code setting to enable automatic import? I don't know. It just worked for me. I don't think I had to change a setting. Check if it's not working for you, check your HTML and make sure that you have module type equals module on your JS, on your script tag. So in your HTML, make sure that you have type equals module there to make sure that it's able to handle that. That might be the problem. I don't know. All right, so let's go ahead and code out that render item method because we're calling it here whenever we click on the add item button. Not only do we want to insert a blank item into local storage, we also want to render it so it's visible on screen. All right, so whenever we render the item, we're going to be passing in the item data. And so we can just say const item equals new item. And this is going to be a class that we're going to write here in a minute. And we're going to pass in the ID and the content. And then we're going to append that. We're going to append that as a child. So when we rendered, let's pause for a second and see what's happening here. So when we render the item, we're going to create it using a class. We're going to write that next. We're going to create that item. And then we're going to append it as a child. We're going to append it as a child to our column. So it's going to become kind of like a child element in the column. So we're going to do two things there, create the item and then append it. Thank you, Crunchy. Yeah, Pidge is iconic. Yes, they are. Yes, I love Voltron. So yeah, Pidge is my profile picture. Absolutely. I used to look a lot like Pidge. I had very short hair, and I wore big glasses. But since the pandemic, I haven't had a haircut, so you get long hair me. But this is actually not my natural state. For most of my life, I've had, short, very short hair. Yeah, I actually prefer that, but I can't stand having someone so close to my face, like cutting my hair, especially right now. So you get the long flyaway hair. You notice in another project recently, imports were not being done automatically. Huh, that's interesting. I wonder why. Yeah, because you should see whenever you call, as long as you've exported something, whenever you call it elsewhere, like we did here, it should automatically give you this import statement. Just put .js afterwards, and then go ahead and save it. So I think that's it for our columns, at least for now. We are going to have to come back once we create our item class. We are going to have to come back and import it here. That's the only thing we're missing. But I think, other than that, I think we're good. And once we create our item class, we'll actually be able to test this out and see if it works. Okay, double checking. I think we're good. We'll see. It's all good. It'll work. Okay, so now last thing we need to make is our item class. So again, under view, we can just do item.js. And we're going to do something kind of similar here. We're going to, again, create a constructor that's going to assign some. So we're going to do two things. We're going to build out the HTML structure, right? We're going to build out the HTML structure, and then we're going to link it to the individual items within the element. So for example, the content is going to be linked to the text content that we have in our local storage, and that sort of thing. So two things. Oh no. All right. But wait, before we move on, I'm going to go ahead and do a push on column. So um, so if you're just joining us, you can catch up. Column class. All right, there you go. The repo is now updated, and if you need a link to that repo, it is right here. There you go. Okay. So let's move over to item.js and build out our items. So similar to before, we're going to create a class that we can export, because remember, we have to call it in column. So for each column, we render the column first, and then we render the individual items within it. And so that's what we're going to be building out now, is the individual columns within, so the individual items within the column. And we probably should have done this one first, but hey, it all works in the end. So we'll have a constructor, and inside of our constructor, if you recall, when we built out our items in the local storage, we had two elements to it. We had ID and content. So that's what we're going to be passing into our constructor. But just like we did before, let's go ahead and set up a couple of methods that we're going to need to use. Again, we're going to have, well, actually it's just one. Outside of our constructor, we're going to have a create root method. Create root, and again, we're going to create a range, just like we did before. We're going to create that chain so we can so we can generate all those items. Create range. We're going to select the node where we're attaching it, and we're going to attach it to document.body. And we're going to return another contextual fragment. Create contextual fragment. Again, we're going to auto-generate that HTML. And then immediately return it. Okay. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Dan says, I can forgive you for not creating item first. If I can see any of your desktop icons, they're also games that I play. Wow. Might be. I'm going to slide her over a little bit. Oh, we got Discord going behind here. Let's see. Where is... There we go. I can slide over a little bit and you can look at your leisure. Oops. Ah, no. Okay. I don't think there's anything in there y'all shouldn't be seeing. It's just games. That's all I have on this computer. Just games. Yeah. All right, so let's create our HTML. Oh, Crunchy found the auto import thing. Thank you, Crunchy. All right. Much appreciated, Crunchy. I just like saying your name too. All right, this one's a bit shorter because there's only two things that we're adding, right? We have our we essentially just have the item itself and then the input box that we're creating. So we're gonna have an outer div with a class of Kanban item. I can't spell Kanban now. That's a problem. Kanban item. And here we actually are going to be adding an interesting extra property. So with divs, there's actually a ton of additional properties that you can add. And one of them, which I didn't know about, is called draggable, which I think is just remarkable. Um, it's called draggable, and we can set that to true. This is just a default, like this is just vanilla. There's nothing, uh, you know, this is not custom or anything. It's just draggable equals true. And this is going to allow us to click and drag it elsewhere on the screen, which I think is pretty neat. So it's going to make that outer div draggable. And then we're going to create our inner div, which is actually our like text box, which again, we set up all these CSS, formatting before. So Kanban, item input, there we go. Item input. And with this particular div, we're going to give this an extra property of content editable. And what that's going to do is make it editable. So whatever we put in there, which is we're going to fill that, we're going to auto fill that with the item content itself, right? So any item that we built, we're going to fill it with the content that we're pulling from local storage. However, if we add this content editable property, that makes it so that you can click on it and edit the contents, which I just think is so cool. Yeah. So we can make it, not only can we make it draggable, we can also make the content, whatever content we fill it with, we can make that editable, which I just think is the coolest thing. And there's other ways you can do this, right? You can use like you can set like default content like handlebars and stuff like that, but this is just vanilla. We don't have to, which I just think is so neat. Like there's ways to do this stuff, pretty easy ways to do this stuff without extra components. Or use input. Yeah, you could use like you could use text input or text, any sort of text field tag as well. Yeah. I just thought this, like, I hadn't seen this ever put to use before, so might as well try it, right? Yeah, Moda, today we are in plain JS. Yep. If you'd like to follow along, Moda, no Angular React, correct. That's not that those things are bad, but but today we're trying to see what we can do in vanilla JS without using those extra tools. So here's the link to the repo. I'm going to spam it a little bit here. Boop, boop, boop. There you go. Enjoy. So you're welcome to follow along. It's almost current up to, so it doesn't contain anything from this class yet, but everything else is in there. So feel free to jump in if you would like to. So now we've created the structure of each item, so we can generate those on the fly and generate as many as we need. So that was our create root function there. And now we can go on to our constructor and actually build the item. So in our constructor, we're passing in the ID of the item and its content. And so again, we're going to do a little bit of prep to essentially create those links between the HTML and the things we're passing in. So again, we're going to say this dot elements and this dot elements dot root is going to be equal to the HTML objects that we're creating. So create root, we can just call that function that we already created, or method that we already created. And the input, so the input box, so this dot elements dot input is going to be linked to the div that we created for input, like that editable div, right? So we're going to say this dot elements dot input is going to be equal to this dot elements dot root dot, and then just have a query selector. I'm going to spell it right this time. Yes, I spelled it right. Go me. And that's going to be equal to just this Kanban item input field. Okay. How are you returning HTML in your JS? Yeah, so and yeah, Crunchy kind of jumped in there a little quicker. So what we're doing here is we're actually, yeah, we're returning a contextual fragment, which is an HTML element. So we can use this pre-built sort of range, these range methods to essentially, yeah, create HTML fragments inside of our JS. Like that is built in and that is valid. That's something that you can do. And so we're just going to create this fragment, HTML fragment. That's what it's expecting to return, and then we immediately return that, and it'll just be dumped into our HTML and it'll render out properly. So I thought this was pretty cool. I hadn't used ranges before, but they seem pretty powerful. Yeah. Okay. So we're associating the input with our input div that we're creating. And dot input, oh, sorry, this dot illness dot root. We're going to associate the item ID with, so we're essentially what we're doing here is we're setting a data set ID and we're attaching it to the item ID that we're passing in. So this is a set, actually giving this HTML element an ID value, which we can reference later. That'll come into play a little bit later. And we're setting the text content to be the content that we're passing in. All right. Input text content equals content. Okay. So now that's our constructor. Well, that's the start of our constructor. We've set up all the elements that we need, all the variables that are the links that we need. So save that. Yeah. Dark arts would be inner HTML. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, absolutely. The occult range object. Correct. Yeah, I mean, this stuff is cool, not because it's necessarily the best way to do things, but just because it's friggin' cool what you can do with vanilla JS. I mean, using additional tools would probably be more user friendly, but you can do so much stuff with vanilla JS that you just wouldn't necessarily think of. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is we are going to declare a new variable called onBlur. Now, this is probably my favorite part of this whole thing. So onBlur, what the frick is that? So we're going to set up this function here. I guess this isn't a variable, it's a function. What do we mean by onBlur? So what we're doing here is we're explaining what happens when the user clicks away from something. So in the finished product here, let's just see what happens. So let's say I add an item. All right, I add an item and I click in the box because I want to edit the box. It's editable, I can edit it. Cool. All right, this is a new item. So now I'm done typing. I am done with this item and I'm finished. So how I can be finished uh, editing this is just click away from it. And you probably can't see local storage very well, but it just kind of flickered there, local storage updated. So blur refers to what happens when you click away from something. That's the official name. They didn't make that up. Blur is what happens when you click away from something. Now, why the frickety frack is it called blur? Well, if let's say you might have seen this when you're playing games. So when you're playing like video games or something, there might be a setting in there so you can choose what happens when focus is lost. And what they mean by focus is that where is that where your last mouse click was? So for example, if I click here, my Chrome window is in focus. If I click here, my VS Code window is in focus. When I click away from that, it blurs. Even though it doesn't really blur, they call it blur. So when something is not in focus, it is blurred. So like I said, you may have seen the word focus from video games. Do you want to pause when focus is lost? That kind of thing. But yeah, it's either in focus or it's blurred. And so when I click away, so this item is now in focus right now. When I click away, it's blurred. Aha. Yeah, I hope that helps a little bit with the explanation of why the flip that's called blur. Yeah. This is vanilla. Yes, Kevin Zuniga, this is vanilla. Yep. Yeah, I know. Xena. Oh, sure. Let's just call it something that doesn't actually describe it at all. There you go. That's JavaScript for you sometimes. Okay, so hopefully that's understandable. Um, I had to Google that because I was like, why the flip is this called blur? But anyway, this is what happens when you click away. So when somebody clicks away from an item, basically we want to um, figure out if the content has changed. And if the content has changed, we want to call our API and update that content. So if I go in here and I remove a letter, remove a letter, click away, we want the content in local storage to update. However, if I click it and then don't change anything, then local storage doesn't need to update. So that's what we're going to do here. So we're going to say const new content is going to be equal to this dot elements dot input dot text content dot trim. So what are we doing here? Well, we're saying, all right, for the thing that was clicked in the input box, so it'll be the content, essentially it'll be like the content that was passed in, right? This is called content passed in, trim the white space. So grab that content and trim the white space. That's essentially what we're doing. Use blur for form validation. Okay, very cool. So we're just grabbing the content of the thing that was just changed, the thing that somebody just clicked away from. Grab the content. And if the new content is the same as the current content, so if nothing changed, then exit the function. So this is just a quick check to be like, all right, did they just click it and then click away? However, if it did change, then we set this dot content equal to the new content. So that's fine. We can set that. That's all well and good. We set the content equal to the new content. Okay, fine. But we still need to write it to local storage. So we have it in our short-term memory right now, and then we just need to write it to local storage. Oh yeah, triple equals is fine. Yep. Double equals hurts yet. I will admit, I am somewhat of a double equals user. I apologize in advance. I know it's sacrilege. I apologize. All right, so we've set our content. Now we just need to write it to local storage. Luckily, we have an API that can do that for us. So we can call our Kanban API, which will should automatically add the import statement. And we can say, all right, update item. And we have that method already that can do our CRUD function for us and say, all right, pass in the ID and pass in the content, which is equal to this dot content. So, all right, Kanban API, please update that item for us. Kanban API says, sure, I can do that. No problemo, friend. All right. So we've created this onBlur function, and we can call it now. We have it. We've created it, but we haven't called it yet, right? So now we just need to figure out what is listening for this to be called. So we can do that. If empty border red or something. Sorry, I'm just catching up. Get your extra equals when I'm good and ready. Yeah, I'll talk back. I'm gonna take away the extra equals. No. Y'all are good. I mean, it should be fine because we should never have a different type, but who knows? Hey, import works for you. Good, Xena. That's rad. Okay, so we've created this but we haven't called it yet. So let's figure out where we're going to call it. And where we're going to call it is when a blur event occurs, right? So when a blur event occurs, when somebody clicks an item and then clicks away, that's when we want to call that on blur function. So let's say, all right, when somebody does a blur, I hate that word. Somebody does a blur on the input box. So we can just say this dot elements dot input, because remember, this dot elements dot input is equal to the div for the input box, right? Let's not get too divorced from what we're looking at here. So this dot elements dot input is just the div that contains the input box. So when somebody clicks that div and then they click away, we want to add an event listener that is listening for that. Listener. There we go. All right. Now, an event listener can listen for a lot of things, right? It doesn't have to just listen for clicks. Generally, what we've done is we've either had it listen, like in past projects, we've either had it listen for clicks or listen for a button press. We've done both. But most often clicks. But it can listen for a heck of a lot of things, and we're going to see a couple of those things. The first one is it can listen for blurs. That's one of the things I thought that was so cool. I didn't know that. That's one of the things it can listen for is the blur event. If you click away from that, it can pick that up. So as soon as that happens, we're going to go ahead and call on blur when that element loses focus. I thought that was neat. All we got to do is just say, all right, yeah, listen for when somebody clicks away from it. Listen for purr. Can it listen for kittens? It can listen for a lot of things. I don't know. I don't know all the things it can listen for. Who can afford to IRL ban the word blur? No, please don't. This is confusing enough. I don't want to, send all sanity out the window. Okay. The second thing we want to listen for is, so we can have a couple things that happen, right? We can have, you click on it, you edit it, you click away. We've handled that. The other thing that you can do to interact, with this is you can double click on it. And when you do that, it deletes. Oh my goodness. Did I just get a sub? Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate you, DMAC. Much appreciated. Thank you so much for the sub. And you used a Prime sub too. That's great. So be sure to check out the new emotes that you now have access to. They're pretty cute, if I do say so myself. And also, since you used a Prime sub, it didn't cost you anything. And it cost Jeff Bezos money, which is just the best part. That's my favorite part of Prime subs. Well, my favorite part is that it doesn't cost you any money. My next favorite part is that it also costs Jeff Bezos money, which is even better. Well, not better, but still really good. Learn so many new things today. Yeah, I know. That's what I love this project because it's just so off the wall. It's the best. Let's see. Dan asks, "Mine will be remove blur in the quotes." So if I remove this, you're saying, and hit Control Space. Sure, let's try it. Control Space. I would have to. I would have to like scroll through and find it, I suppose. I'm not sure what. I might be missing like a plugin or something. Who knows? Or an extension. Yeah, I would expect it would be at the top, but I don't think I have a typo. I'll double check that. This elements I didn't put add event. I didn't spell it wrong. I don't think add event listener. Nope, it's spelled right. Blur on blur. Yeah. I don't know. All right, let's go ahead and add our. So, like I was saying before, the wonderful sub. Thank you again. The other interaction that we want to have is if somebody double clicks on an item, we want it to alert to say, hey, are you sure you want to delete this? And if they say okay, then delete it. So that's what should happen on double click. We will take a break. We're almost done with this. I just want to power through and finish, and then we will. We're almost like just like before, we have like a couple more lines left. We just need to add our event listener, do a check, and then fire off that confirm. And then we'll be done with item.js. We'll link up column. We'll make sure that, we finished up. Do we need to do our import on column? And we need to finish up kanban.js by also calling the create column class. And then we'll be ready to test. So let's finish this up. All right, add event listener. I'm going to say this.elements dot root add event listener. And for this one, since we want it to happen on double click, that is another thing that event listeners can listen for. They can listen for double click. There we go. DBL click. It can listen for that specifically. And then we're going to call a new function, which we're just about to write. So on double click, and again, you could write this separately and call it. That might be the better thing to do, but we're going to write some bad code here. And we're going to just declare our function here. So first thing we're going to do is to send up a confirm box to make sure that, hey, did you mean to do that? Const check equals confirm. And again, if you don't remember, this may be something that you haven't used in a while. You can fire off a confirm window in the browser just by saying confirm. So are you sure you want to delete? And that could be useful just for a user, like a little bit of a UI gate there, just to make sure that they're not doing something stupid. So we'll set that up, and then if, and it's and as a reminder here, in a confirmation window, when they click OK, that automatically returns true. If they click cancel, that returns false. So if we want to know what they clicked, we can just say, all right, what has been stored in our check variable? If they click OK, it'll be check equals true. If they click false, it'll be check equals false. So we can just say, all right, if they confirm they want to delete, then we just call our Kanban API delete item method. All right, fine, delete it, whatever. Didn't need it anyway. So we delete the item. Richard says, I had no idea double click was an event. Mind blown. I know, I love it. Yeah, between blur and double click, like, I don't know, I just think it's so cool. Yeah, we'll have a break in just, we're almost done with this. There are a couple hundred events. Wow, piece of shoot. I didn't know that. Man, I'm gonna have to look and see what there are, because I mean we're gonna use a couple more even so. So we've used blur, double click. We're gonna use a couple more before we're done, but those will be when we create our drag and drop functionality, because it can handle that as well. All right, so delete item. Now we can delete the item from local storage. That's great, but we also need to make sure that we have cleared it out of our user interface as well. So we need to make sure we're deleting it from local storage, and we're deleting it from our UI. So we've deleted it here by calling our API. And then we also just want to say, all right, delete the input, delete the event listener. And we can do that by just saying, all right, remove event listener. And you may have seen this before, but remove event listener, remove the blur. It's the same as add event listener, except you just use the word remove. So blur on blur, remove that. And then we also want to, so all of that HTML that we've generated for this item, we want to remove that as well. But since we have sort of added it to this chain of items, all we need to do is just remove it. So it's attached to the parent, and all we need to do is just say, all right, parent, remove child, please. And we can just say, all right, this dot elements dot root dot parent element dot remove child. And in this case, the parent element is the column. So we say, all right, remove the child Make this a little bigger. Oops, sorry. Look at the parent column. Look at the list of children. Remove the child. And that will take care of everything that the user would see. So we've taken care of both local storage and we've taken care of the user interface. Clean that up as well. We're just clearing everything out without reloading the page. Parent, remove your child right now. Yeah. Okay, I think we're done with item.js. And so then the only other two things that we need to do for basic functionality is just do one import into column.js, one import line, and then also in Kanban.js, finish initializing the column class. So those are the only two things we need to do there. Right, so I'll save it. We'll take a break. If we remove the child first, do we still need to remove the event listener? Well, once we get this working, that might be something to experiment with. Because, I mean, yeah, you do have a point there. It could be, so if we remove the child, does the event listener also automatically, it has nothing to attach to. So, yeah, I don't know. Good question. This element stop root. I'm just checking that's right. I think it is. Okay. All right. Saved. I'm going to do a push, do a break. Added item.js. Push. All set. Okay. Break time. See you back in 5. Welcome to the stream, George. Good to have you here. All right. See you back in 5. Get up. Don't just sit there. I'm watching you. It's been long enough already. Get up and stretch. See you back here soon. All right, we got about a minute left in the break, so come on back when you're ready to come back. Oh, Binary did some investigation over the break. They say, talking about whether or not we need to, if we remove the child, do we still need to remove the event listener? And they say, leaning towards a no. Um, if you look at the dev tools in Chrome, it seems that the handler is part of an element object. If you remove the element, then the listener should be removed as well. Yeah, I would think so. That makes sense to me, like conceptually. So I appreciate you looking at that. I mean, there's probably no harm in removing both, but I do, yeah, that's a great assessment. Thank you. Yay, teamwork. I mean, that could be tested by, I guess once we get this running, just removing that line. Um, yeah, that's a great. I mean, I've always seen like just when you're removing an element, you remove the event listener too. But yeah, I don't know why you would have to. Interesting. All right, so we're done with item. So um, let's get back to finishing off just doing it. We need to do one more import into column here. We need to import our item, um, our item class in column. So I'm going to drop this in here. So we're just going to say import item from item.js. It's in the same folder, so we don't have to, backtrack on folders or anything like that. We can just say import item from item.js. That's all we need to do there. I'll save that. And then also in our kanban.js. And so now that I've done this import here, if we scroll down to where we call item in our render item method, we'll see that it's now turned green because it's able to find it. So previously it was yellow, it didn't know what that was. Now we've imported it, so it's able to find it. It's now green. The color change means it's working. And Binary says, okay, so talking about removing the event listener, it may be part of some garbage collection too. Like if you remove an element, then what happens to the other stuff that you didn't add? Yeah, it may not be visible, but it might still be there. True. Yeah. Yeah, I'm curious. I am curious too how it's handled behind the scenes. Interesting. Thank you for the follow, George NGP. Okay, so we've imported that. Now let's finalize Kanban where we had this to do. So because previously we didn't have the column class created, so we couldn't call it yet, but we're going to go ahead and call it here. Thank you for the follow, Binary. It's okay. You don't have to follow. You can still participate without following. I don't mind. Up to everybody what they want to do. Although I do appreciate the follows. I need 18 more to get to 5,200, I think. Yeah. Oh, okay. That's awesome that you're on the Discord already, Binary. Yeah, that's rad. Okay, so columns, this dot root, we got our constructor started here, and then we were going to start looping through the columns and generating those columns, but we didn't have the class created yet. However, now we can do that. So essentially for each column ID that we have, we want to go ahead and just generate the column. And in generating the column, we're also going to generate all the items. So because that's in our constructor. So we have a nesting thing here, right? We generate the board, which generates the columns, which generates the items, and they all trigger off of each other. So const column view is going to create a new instance of column. And as soon as I hit enter, it imports column. I'm going to tag that with column.js. So we got our auto import there. Create a new instance of column, and we're going to pass in each column ID and column title because that's what it needs in order to run the constructor. So column ID and column title. And We're going to also append child. We're going to create that parent-child relationship. So column view dot elements dot root. So now we're creating the parent-child relationship. We've got our board attached to our columns and our items attached to, so it goes board, column, items, and they're all linked to each other. Okay, that should be all we need for columns. I think we're good there. I'm just going to do a quick double check. We did main, index, items, columns, and our API. So I'll do a push here, and then let's test it out. Now, there's some things that aren't going to work yet. We won't be able to drag and drop because we haven't built drag and drop functionality yet. But we can test our ability to generate our columns and our ability to add items to those columns. Like generate columns, generate items, add items to them. So git commit okay. Okay, repo is updated now. Binary says, no worries, I've been trying to follow more devs. I'm an SDE, software engineer, but I really only followed gamers until fairly recently. That's fair. It is Twitch after all. Yes. Been meaning to find some more good dev channels. Oh, rad. Thank you for the follow then. Yeah. Yeah, we do a variety of projects. You'll see more of me next Thursday. I'm co-streaming with Leon, so that should be fun. All right. Theoretically finished. Let's go live and see what happens. If we get errors, we'll figure out the errors. We'll fix those, and then after that, we will add drag and drop. Very hard to distract. I like it. I like the distractions that do come up from chat because they're usually very informative, and so I always learn something from the distractions. So let's go live, see what happens. Who knows? Okay. There's something there. That's a start. Let's see if we got errors. We have errors. Okay, good. What do we have? Okay, Kanban API. That's all right. We'll figure it out. Kanban API got a 404 there. And I believe this is just, setting a different port because I've got the other one running on the port. Okay. All right, that's fine. Let's do some troubleshooting. Thank you for the follow, Sumo. I'm going to leave this up so we can see when it does start working. All right. I'm going to check. First, I'm going to check and make sure that I've imported when I need to be importing. So Kanban API, let's make sure that I've imported it into columns. Kanban API from API, Kanban API.js. Okay, good stuff. Imported item.js, good stuff. Let's check inside of item.js, make sure I've imported that. Hang on. I have a mistake right here. I didn't tag this as Kanban API.js. Let's try that. Hey, boom. All right. Yes, exactly, MME, you got it. That was the issue. All right, so how did I figure that? Yeah, troubleshooting. So troubleshooting is such a fun skill, and I'm not like, I would say Rascal 2 is the best at it. But I think it's fun to practice and get good at troubleshooting. That's not to say that's the only problem, but at least we got that fixed. So how did I figure that out? So when I obviously I did an inspect. I did an inspect, and I looked at the errors that were being shown, and one of them said it just couldn't find Kanban API. So if it can't find Kanban API, that probably means that one of the files just isn't able to read it. So why wouldn't you be able to read it? Because it didn't import properly. So let's just check our import statements. One of these things is not like the other. This one is missing the .js. So Okay, let's see if we can add an item. Let's see. See if I get an error here. Okay, we got an error. That's fine. Okay, cannot set properties of null, setting text content. Okay. So what this is telling us is that the content isn't being passed into the constructor. Why is the .js necessary for the imports on the client side, but not with imports on the backend? I don't know. Can anybody answer that? Why do I need to say Kanban API.js for it to work? Anybody have that answer? All right. So I'm calling item from column. All right. I'm calling item from column and then passing in data.id and data content. Okay. And we're inserting the item with an ID and an empty content. And then we render it. So that should be fine. We'll figure it out. Render item, new item, insert item. Okay, so I'm guessing the problem is somewhere in column.js. It's calling the API, doing the insert there. So let's double check column.js here. Ah, okay. Common.js doesn't need the extension. Ah, interesting. And it's also not needed in TypeScript. Good to know. Thank you. Sorry, there's a really loud plane going over. I think it's a helicopter. Oh gosh, that's really loud. I live under a flight path, so you get that. Sometimes I get big military planes going over, which is always fun to go out there and look at them. All right, getting distracted. Okay, let's look at render item. New item. Pass in the ID and the content. And then we append the child. Item.elements.root. Okay. So let's look at the ID and the content, which we should be generating when somebody clicks. So when somebody clicks on the add button, what should be happening is that we call the API and insert the item with an ID and an empty property. And then we just render it. So that isn't working as expected. Kanban API to insert item. You can see the pilot's faces most of the time. Wow, that's amazing. Okay, so let's look at the API insert item function. Or method, sorry. Okay, let's see. Probably just a misspelling at some point. Oh, let's also see, let me see if it got written to local, let me see if an empty item got written to local storage. Let's check that. Oh, this is reading from, oh, I wonder, let me see if it, I'm going to clear local storage here. Okay. Okay, so it is writing. When I clicked add, it went ahead and started to write. Let's see what it did. Okay, that's good. All right, so look what happened here. In local storage, in the first column, I don't know if you can see that. It's probably behind my head. I apologize. In local storage, when I clicked add, it did write the blank item to local storage. So that's a good start. It wrote an item with an ID of 84168 and with an empty content field. That's right. Um, good stuff. So let's see where the problem lies. That's a good start. So it inserted the item and it saved it. It did the push, save, should theoretically be returning. So maybe I can console log that when I get it into here. So that's working. Const new item, Kanban API insert item is working. It's not rendering it successfully though. So why isn't it rendering? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I can expand the console. So it can't set the text content because it's null. However, it did write to local storage. It wrote the more windows. Yeah, it did write, and actually I can move chat. No, you can see it. Looks like you can see it. So cannot set properties of null, setting text content. So let's see if we can find it. Yeah, I need a bigger screen. Need an even larger monitor. It's just an excuse to buy more electronics. All right. Let's see. In column, we'll look at render item because it's not able to render. Take the data ID and the content. Okay, so I'm going to try this. Console log these and see what we get. Okay, so it wrote to local storage. Oh, I didn't save. I'm a dingus. Sorry. There we go. All right, one more. Okay. All right, that's better. So it console logged the item ID and it console logged the empty string. And item.js. Oh, you found it? Okay. So it was able to console log. Wow, piece of shoot. let's look at that. Item.js line 10. This dot elements dot input text content equals content. Something in the item class in item.js, maybe so. So it's able to, yeah, it's able to console log it. It's just not able to render it. Thank you for the follow, Optimus. Glad you enjoyed troubleshooting. Yes, input is null. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm basically just going through and seeing what I can get out of this. So I can console log it. In column.js, I can console log the data.id and data content. So they're both coming through. But yeah, the badness is happening here. So it's got to be an item then. Item.create roots. Imagine I have a typo in my query selector. Aha, I found it. Yep. You might have found it already, Paradise. I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to, but it's right here. Missing dot. Yep, typo in the class name. There it is. Yeah, y'all found it just about as quickly as I did. Let's see if that's the problem. Let's save it. Yay! Look it. all of that for a missing period. Boop. Yeah, it's really hard whenever you're typing, like when you have to like, type out class names and stuff by hand. Darn period. Yeah, I say that a lot. Developer life. Yep. Okay, I've told this before, but there's one time when I spent like literally an entire morning along with three other very seasoned developers looking for a missing semicolon. Like I needed help, and then like I brought on like the most experienced people like on the team, and we spent hours looking for this thing, and it turned out in the end it needed to be a slash instead of a semicolon. So we were wrong anyway. Yeah, it was great. All right, let's see if we can type. We can. Good. Now let's see if we can click away. I'm going to check local storage and see if it's saved in local storage. Okay, did it work? Let's see. Oh, I might actually, I'm going to clear local storage and then try it again because I got those things that got written but didn't get rendered. So hang on. All right. Add. Look at this. Hope y'all can see that. Yeah, okay, good. So we've got our blank item there. Click away. Hey, look at that. Look at. I love it when it happens. I love it when a plan comes together. Yeah. So what did I do here? I added a new box. And when I added that new box, it created a new item in local storage with an ID and empty content. And we can see it's in the first column with an ID of 1. So I click into this. And as soon as I click away, remember on blur, we're calling on blur. When this item loses focus, we save. We create the item, we update the item, and we save to local storage. And as soon as I do that, you can't see it's behind chat right now, but it saves to local storage. It does that update check. So I clicked away, and what it did as soon as I clicked away is it said, okay, does the old content of the box match this new content that's being passed in? No, it doesn't match. Okay, I'm going to do an update and I'm going to save that to local storage. Yeah. Now, y'all are saying do the double click. All right, let's do the double click. So double click. Are you sure you want to delete? Yeah, I do. And goodbye. Yay. So yes, double click works. Add item works. We'll add some more items. Mash some keys. All right. And we can see each of those have been added, and I can delete them. And the cool thing is since the way we made this is essentially it just dynamically generates whatever element we need at a given time, and all of those elements are built from the same template, right? We have constructors that are building these things on the fly as we need them. So if one of them works, they'll all work. Now, we don't have drag and drop functionality built yet, but let's see. Let's try something here. I'm just curious. I don't know if this, let's see what happens. All right, I'm going to take the test one here. I'm going to drag it over here. Yeah, it's not going to work yet because we haven't built that. We haven't built the thing that's going to register that drag yet. What we need to do is build out something that's going to say, oh, you're dragging this. I mean, we can drag it and it allows us to do that, but we can't drop it yet. So what we need to say is, all right, you're dragging this. Where are you trying to put it? Show that drop zone and then plonk it down. Yeah, the drag function actually works because we made this content draggable. In the HTML tag, we made this draggable. So it allows us to do this. Yeah. And you'll notice that if I click into this and then I click away, nothing changes, right? Because we have a check built in there to say compare the content. Does the old content match the current content? Yeah, it does. It don't do anything. So, hooray, functionality. All right. Draggable equals true, droppable equals yeah. First try. Thank you, Scotty. Yeah. Well, hey, I think it was technically third try, right? Third time's a charm. Yeah. Yeah. That's pretty good. Because we had and thank you all for helping, troubleshoot that as well. Yeah, I think we all honed in on that missing class dot about the same time. So good job, everybody. Y'all are really good at troubleshooting. Um, all right. So drag and drop. Let's do it. We're on the home stretch now, folks. We have working functionality. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and push the changes that I just made. Um, uh, fixed errors. All right, there we go. All set. Missing some, yeah. So we're gonna add those margins will be added. So real quick, let's refamiliarize ourselves with our CSS here. So we're gonna have we have this drop zone class which adds that area of droppability, and that has a height of 20 pixels. So we haven't attached this class to anything yet. So once we add our drop zone, we'll attach this class, and then that will create the lovely margins around our items. Yeah. Thank you for the follow, Binky Man. And I think somebody asked something earlier, and I kind of glossed over it. Sorry, just checking something real quick. I can't find it. Somebody asked earlier, how are we writing this? And it's just vanilla JS. Somebody asked, what program is this? And it's vanilla JS. All the fun things you can do with vanilla JS, which I love. Yeah, go ahead and take your dog out. And yeah, check the repo. It's been updated, so you should be able to. I would check that one period in the class name, and make sure that your imports are all written properly, because I think yours weren't working correctly earlier. So just double check that they match mine. Oh yeah, and on double click, it's DBL click. Yeah, that's correct. Good troubleshooting. Yeah, see you Monday, Zena. Thanks for stopping in. Okay, drag and drop time. Let's go. All right, I'm gonna make this a little smaller here, the console. Now, we're gonna add an additional view here, and we're gonna call it, which I think is an excellent name, we're gonna call it the drop zone. Drop zone. So I don't know about you, but if you were around in the 90s, I don't know how everybody's age range is here, but there was a time in the 90s when there were all these like play places, and like Chuck E. Cheese and Discovery Zone and stuff were really popular. And I feel like the drop zone sounds like one of those like 90s play places for kids. Like the big ones that always smelled kind of weird and were kind of sticky and had all sorts of, activities that you could do. Yeah. Ball pits. Yeah. Like that. Drop zone could be a Disneyland ride. Yeah, absolutely. Or a terrifying fairground ride. All right. So just like before, we're going to go ahead and set up our class. Export default class. And we're going to call it drop zone. All rights reserved. Now in here, we're not going to have a constructor because we don't need one. We're not building anything here. We're really just creating some methods that we can export and call elsewhere. Thank you for the follow. Naughty S. Thank you for that. So let's create a method called create drop zone. And what this is going to do is it's going to, create the drop zone. So in create drop zone, we're going to do kind of similar to what we've done before, except a little less complex. We're going to create a range, because again, we want to dynamically generate these based on like how many items we have. So each item is going to get a drop zone. Sorry. So we're going to create our range, and then we're going to generate the HTML that we need for that drop zone dynamically. So range dot select node. Again, we're just hooking this into the body of the document, document.body. And now we're going to create our formatted drop area. Again, we already have the CSS that we need for this, so we just need to create it. Create our, be careful with that. It's going to be a lowercase constant. Const drop zone. Hey, Nadia, yes, thank you for the Super Meat Boy. That's such a fun game. I haven't played that in a while. And again, we're going to create our contextual HTML fragment, just like we did before. Remember, don't forget your tick marks inside of there. We're going to just create a single div with a class of Kanban drop zone. Kanban drop zone. There we go. I hate typing divs by hand. Ugh. Okay, and then we're going to immediately essentially return that. Again, that's just what this children does. Just says, all right, generate this, and then immediately spit it back out. Whoop. Oh, Dan can code. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's smart. Why didn't I think of that piece of shoe? Just put the backticks after you type the thing. Oh my gosh, I'm a dingus. That's a great idea. Why didn't I do that? Yeah, because if you leave out the backticks until you've actually typed the thing, you can use Emmet. Yeah. Dang. Coming in clutch with suggestions. Thank you again for the sub, Dan. I really appreciate it. Okay, now we create our contextual fragment, but you've been working too hard to deal with my snarky comment. No, it's your comments are fun. You know, they're not disparaging anything. They're just they're just fun. If you were insulting me, that would be another thing. But you're not. You're poking fun, which is fine. Okay, so we can generate this fragment, but what causes so we generate the drop zone. That's all well and good. But if we go back to the original here, when we drag over the new location, the drop zone is there, but it changes, right? When we drag over a valid location, we want to make sure that that appearance changes and clearly signals to the user, hey, you can put something here, right? So how do we do that? Well, we get to once again utilize the magic of event listeners. Event listeners can do so much, as we discussed before. And one of the things that they can do for us is they can listen for something to be dragged over a certain element. And when that happens, it'll trigger a function. So one of the many things that event listeners can do is listen for drag over. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to add that. And we can just say drop zone dot add event listener and just listen for double quotes here, drag over. It already knows what that is. And notice that we're adding that event listener to this. Basically, we're adding that event listener to this entire div, right? So it's going to monitor the entire drop zone, and it's going to say, all right, when drag over occurs, just capture the element that was dragged over. So capture everything about the zone that was dragged over and just pass that into the function. So when we say E, we just mean element. So whatever was triggered there by whatever triggered that event listener, whatever drop zone triggered the event listener, pass that information into this function. First thing we do is we say prevent default. Now we've seen prevent default a few times. And what prevent default does for us is it just stops any default behavior that might occur when you drag something. Yes, you're correct. It's not element, it's event. I apologize. Yes, I misspoke there. Good catch. So E in this case Yeah, we can see here, if I highlight it, we can see that it stands for event. Yeah, you are correct. Okay, good catch. Smurfs, yeah. So e.prevent default um, basically stops any default behavior might occur because we want to control the behavior. In this case, we want to apply our active class to make that drop zone expand and turn a different color. Right? We already have the class. We talked about it earlier. It's a CSS class that causes the event the drop zone to become bigger and turn a different color. All we want to do then is dropzone.classlist.add. Just add that active class. So it's Kanban. I'm going to just grab it out of the CSS here so I don't make another typo. It's just Kanban dropzone dash dash active. Okay. There we go. Add the class. Easy peasy. Now, in the finished product, let's look. All right, so we've got it so that it adds that class when I drag over it. Boop, 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 boop. Perfect. However, well, let's see if that works. Well, I'm not calling it anywhere, so let's think about this conceptually. So I add the class when I hover over it, but right now there's nothing that happens when I leave. So if I were to, let me just take this out of the finished product real quick. This. Drag leave. That should do it. All right. Drag. And then now look what happens when I leave. Uh-oh. 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 No. We don't want that, right? So what we need is another event listener listening for when we take the item away, right? You drag over it and then you stop being dragged over it. All right, so let's just add another event listener here. So we can just say dropzone.add event listener. Luckily, all we need to do is say drag leave. It already knows what that is. As soon as you leave the vicinity, drag something away from whatever you're listening on, it can recognize that. That's built in. Another really cool thing. So drag leave. And so when we do that, we can I'm just going to copy and paste this here. Well, drop zone. Now I'll just do this. Drop zone dot class list dot remove. And then we just remove the class that we previously added. So just add and remove class. No biggie. All good. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So now we can drag something over it. It adds the active class, makes the drop zone bigger. Move away, it removes that class. And what it also does is it triggers that animation that we saw earlier. Earlier, we wrote in a little transition into our drop zone. So every time we move on it or away, it takes 0.15 seconds to make that transition. So that just makes that animation nice and fluid. And that's all we need to do for that. So we should be able to handle drag over, drag leave. Yeah, and we're going to remove yep, exactly. You're exactly right, piece of shoot. We remove the class on a separate event listener. 100% correct. Okay, now, what happens? Is this Vanilla.js only? It is. Yes, it is. All the interesting things that you can do with Vanilla.js. That's not to say that using other tools might be quote unquote better, but it is fun to explore what you can do with Vanilla.js without using a lot of other fancy tools. Yeah, crazy, right? I know. We've seen some wild stuff today. So we've seen transitions like CSS animations. We've seen interesting event listener things. We've seen how to hook parent-child relationships together using ranges. Yeah, Vanilla.js is dope. That's awesome, Solak. I'm glad you feel that way. I think it's pretty dope too. Yeah. Okay. So Champo, I have a repo. Yeah, here we go. I have a repo in progress, and so it's there we go. There's the repos for you, Champo. So I'm updating that as we go, like I usually do. Um, so this is the finished version. Yeah. Do we still need the E after drag leave as we aren't using? Oh, you're correct. Yeah, we don't need the E. I don't think there's any harm in passing it through, but you're correct. Yeah, we don't need the E, so we can just do our empty parentheses there. Yep. Yeah, we aren't using prevent default there, so it's all good. All right. So we've controlled for what happens when you drag something into the zone, but what happens when you actually drop it, right? That's one thing we haven't done yet. So several things are going to need to happen when we actually drop something in the zone. A few of those. So number one, we're going to need to remove that active class from the drop zone, right? They've dropped it. Don't need that active class anymore. It's done. Then we're going to need to determine where they put it, right? Where did they actually drop this thing? However, luckily, there's a built-in method that can help us do that. We won't have to write anything custom. It's built in. That can help us figure out where we are on the page. What are we closest to? What if we're dragged into the friend zone? Can't help you there. So we figure out where did it end up? What was the column that it ended up in? And then rearranging essentially the elements so that we slot this item exactly where it was positioned. So whatever column it was in, whatever position it was in, and then write it to local storage. So that's what we need to do here. All right, so drop zone. We're going to add an event listener. Now we listened for the pickup, right? We listened for the drag. Now we need to listen for the drop. Now, luckily, that's also built in. Yet another thing that it is built in to listen for. So we say, all right, it's dropped, and then pass in the event so we can reference stuff from that event. And again, we're going to do a prevent default. We don't want any default behavior from the drop. We also want to remove the active class from the drop zone. Take that off of there. Now we can determine the closest location to where it was actually dropped. Remove element from previous column, add it to the correct new column, and remove the active class. Yes. However, we also need to consider the position, right? Where in the vertical space? So the column is one thing. Where in the vertical space did it end up as well? Yeah. Solo says, I think state-of-the-art frameworks have basically forced you to implement things in a very opinionated way, which kind of makes me feel trapped in that way of thinking. Yeah, I mean, anytime you use a framework, you're stuck in the way that framework operates, right? Which can be maybe sometimes somewhat convoluted or suboptimal. And so, sometimes going back to basics is a fun way to figure out, all right, what else can I do here? Yeah. I'm not saying frameworks are bad. Frameworks can help you do a lot of things, but it's also fun to see what you can do without them too. All right, so let's figure out where we're at. So I'm going to say const column element, and we can just say, for here, we can just say drop zone dot closest. That's a built-in thing that you can do. Drop zone dot closest, find the closest element with this Kanban column class. So find the closest element with the class of Kanban __ column. That's wild. I haven't done that before. So find the closest element with the class of Kanban column, and then get the column ID from it. Now, let's see, real quick. Let's just look at the HTML super quickly. Body. If I look at my columns, yeah, all right. So I hope you can see that. Yeah, you can. Okay. So if I look at my columns, you can see that each div with a class of Kanban column actually has a property called data ID. And we wrote that earlier when we generated our, in our column class, when we generated that, we actually we added a data ID property into our div. And I think at the time I mentioned, well, we're not going to use this right now, but we will use it later. And so we're using it now. We're essentially saying, all right, find the closest column and then fetch the data ID. So that will help us figure out where to write what we're writing to local storage. So kind of nifty using those HTML properties. Right? Yeah, it's super cool. Thank you for the follow, Solo. Yeah, dataset ID. Yep. We assigned the dataset.id and now we're using it. Because otherwise, how would we know how to identify that column? We can find the HTML element that matches it, and then we can just pluck that dataset property out of there. I don't know. Pretty rad. Okay. So const column ID is just going to be, we're just going to take that ID and make sure it's converted to a number. I think it probably comes out as a string. I'm not 100% sure. But either way, hey, stop it. Column element dot data set, thank you, dot ID. Okay. Now we know the column ID, so we can pass that as an update into local storage for the new location of, the new column location of the item that we've just dropped. We did the thing before, and now it has borne fruit. Yes, it's all coming together. Excellent. Indeed. All right. Now we identify the drop zones in the column. So what we mean by that is the locations, all the locations in the column where you could potentially drop an item. So it might be under this item, it might be under this item, it might be up top, and that'll help us determine what position this item is now going to have. So drop zones in column. And we're just going to generate, so there's going to be several, right? We're going to have more than one, likely so. So we're going to generate an array from column element dot query selector all. We're gonna do a selector all, which is gonna grab more than one thing, or can grab more than one thing, and we're gonna look for all of the elements that have a class name of drop zone. So that's just gonna look through all the HTML elements and say, all right, where's the drop zones? Where are they? Find all of them and return them in an array. And now immediately that's going to help us identify the specific position in the column of the drop zone that we have dropped into, and then hence where we've put it. So this is going to be Kanban drop zone. Okay. Kanban drop zone. Perfect. Kanban drop zone. Make sure I got that right. I did. Good stuff. Okay. Kanban drop zone. And then we take that information, we take that array, and we say, all right, what is the exact index where it was dropped? And so we can just say, all right, const dropped index is equal to the drop zones in the column and the index of specifically where this was put. Identify that index value. And so now, what do we have? We have the column number. We have the index where it was put. And then finally, what we need is the actual content. So when you drag something, we're going to need to make sure that we not only determine where it should be put, but that we're actually then grabbing the data that was dragged and sending that along as well. And we see a visual representation of that when we drag an item around, but what we also need to is make sure that we're transferring the data itself. So we need the item ID and its content. So item ID is going to be equal to a numerical value of e.data transfer. Again, this is built in. It's capturing the data so it's capturing the data in the event, what data was being transferred, get the data, and send it in plain text. Now I'll say I don't fully understand this, but it seems to work. So, whee, magic. We're transferring data. We get it out as plain text. Okay. All right. Dan asked, mine will for you, software engineer before 100 devs started up. Kinda. So I was a SQL developer, but I didn't know any JavaScript or anything about web stuff. I thought websites were magic. I mean, I still think they are kind of, but I didn't know anything about how they worked. Magic, flashy images appear on screen. But yeah, I was a SQL developer. Um, but I joined 100 devs because I felt guilty because all I knew was SQL. And I was like, I need to know more stuff. So that's why I started 100 devs. Yeah. So solely SQL dev before all this. Now full stack. Yay. Yeah, it's fun. For how long have I coded? I'd only been a dev for a few months um, when I started 100 devs. Yeah, but I had some previous experience with like software troubleshooting, and like dev adjacent type stuff, writing a few Excel VBA macros here and there. Um, but just I didn't know any of the concepts or terminology or anything. Um, and I had done some SQL for a previous employer, although I was not employed as a dev. I was an operations manager writing some SQL queries. Yeah. Have I worked with a NoSQL database? Yeah. So in 100 devs, we tend to use MongoDB, which is NoSQL. So I've done both. Yeah. For me, I mean, just personal preference because I work with it longer. I prefer SQL. It's more rigid structure. It's for me anyway. It's easier to query and easier to get a sense of the data because everything is in a rigid table structure. But that's not to say that one is better than the other. Each has their uses. Thank you for the follow. Oh my god, love your name. Need them relation. Yeah, I like the strict relationships and the strict data types and that kind of thing. Um, that strictness lends extra structure and clarity, and in my opinion. However, NoSQL databases are great too because they're friggin' flexible and you can build awesome apps with them. So, there's, like I say, there's tools for every job, right? Sometimes you need a relational tool and sometimes you need a non relational tool. All right, so we're doing our data transfer here. And here, what we're doing is we're getting our data from, we did a while back, I don't exactly remember where it is, but we did a set data where we set the data that we're sending as the content. So here we're just getting that data and setting it into item ID. All right. Next one here is going to be dropped item element. And we're going to do another query selector here. Document.query selector. And here we're just setting the new, we're setting the data ID on the dropped item. So inside of the dropped item element, we're essentially, sorry, we're not setting it, we're looking for it. So we're saying, all right, where the data ID is equal to item ID. I'm going to copy and paste this because I'll get it wrong if I don't. All right, look for the dropped item element and find the item with the data ID equal to the item that's moving. All right, we'll see how this applies in a minute. We're just declaring a bunch of variables right now. And then the last we're going to declare here is const insert after. So essentially all we're doing here is we're just identifying all of the elements involved in this process. We need the column, we need the item ID, we need to find the existing item that has that data ID so we can remove it from its previous location. We need to figure out exactly which position it belongs into. We need to figure out which item it's going after. We need to figure out which drop zone it's going in, all these things. So in essence, that we're just identifying all these elements right now. Saying, all right, drop zone dot parent element class list, figuring out exactly which item it goes after. So we're saying, all right, class list contains Kanban item. All right, so if insert after, if the parent element has a class list, so if the parent element of that drop zone, which is an item, if that parent element contains the class of Kanban item, meaning yes, the parent element of the drop zone is a Kanban item, then return that parent element, because it's being inserted after a specific item. If not, then just return drop zone, because that means it's just at the top of a column somewhere, and we don't need to return a specific element. Okay, so we've just declared a bunch of stuff. It's okay. Just bear with me here. We'll see how this applies. In drop, sorry, I'm catching up here. Having worked with Firebase's NoSQL document DB for a while, I miss the real strong relationship in schemas. Yeah. In drop zones in column, right here, we are looking for the index of drop zone or column ID. We're looking for the index of the specific drop zones in the column. So we're returning an array of all the possible drop zones in the column. So this will return an array. So this would return like 0, 1, and 2. This one will return 0 and 1 for these indices. Yeah. It's okay if you're a little lost on this part. I would just, let's see how we apply all these things. We've just found a bunch of stuff. It's okay. Let's see how we apply them. That's the more fun part. So just kind of white knuckle it for a minute, and then we'll see how all this comes together. All right. So we've just declared a bunch of variables. Sorry, you're asking about dropped index. So we're taking this list of available drop zones and then returning. We're taking this list of available drop zones, doing a select all on them, and then this is what actually generates that index. This is going to show the index of the location where the item was dropped. All right, let's power through. We'll get it. All right. So we're going to say, all right, if the dropped item element contains the drop zone. So what this means is if the item that we're dragging has an equal value to the ID of the place we're trying to drop it. So if we're trying to drop it in the same place we dragged it from, it shouldn't allow that. We shouldn't be able to drop it into itself. We should just stop, because that means it's, we aren't dragging it anywhere. So if you're trying to drop it in the same place you left it from, it shouldn't be allowed to drop into itself. So just end the function here. They're obviously not dragging it somewhere new. All right. So next thing we're going to do is, remember, we kind of have our individual items in a sort of chain inside of our document, right? Or inside of our column, sorry. We have all these items in a chain. And so if we want to insert a new item into that drop zone, we need to add it to the chain in the appropriate location. And so we're going to say, all right, insert after dropped item element. Okay, so what we're doing here is we are saying, figure out whether or not they're trying to drop something after an existing item or at the top of a column. So insert after dropped item element. This is going to insert a set of objects in the child list of the element's parents just after the element. All right. And finally, we can call Kanban API dot update item to all this stuff that we've procured, all these new locations, everything that we've gathered here. We need to pass that back into our API and actually update the item. Now, if you're lost in the sauce, that's totally fine and understandable. It's okay if you don't understand it. No worries. There's a lot going on here. But just know that we're finding all of these things. We're figuring out, triangulating the exact location where we're trying to drop this thing. We're making sure that it's a valid drop, and then we're passing that new information and location back into our local storage so that it actually updates. Okay. So we're passing back the column ID and the position. There we go. As our arguments back into our API to update local storage. Okay. Whew. And then finally, after we've updated local storage, we also want to return the drop zone to our user interface so that we can save the new location in local storage and then also update the UI. Wowzer. That was a lot. Now that we've built all this out, all we need to do is just call it in our other pre-created classes. We're not building anything else new. Now we just call these elements that we've created, and that will allow us to trigger them at the right moment. So I think we should be good there. Git add. Oops. Yeah. Accidentally hit full screen. Friggin' F12. I think it was F12. Nope. F11? Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. Git commit -m. Added drop zone. There we go. Git push. Okay. Repo is updated. Data integrity, use of NoSQL is for speed and scalability. There need to be a name. We need to duplicate that data in a structured database for long-term storage. Yeah, you can definitely use NoSQL in NoSQL database in production. You might want to use some kind of like integrity controls like Mongoose. Mongoose allows you to create schemas that force data to have a certain structure before it can be written to your database. So even with something like MongoDB, which is essentially a free-for-all by default, you can create schemas that validate your data integrity before it gets passed in. So you can absolutely have, gates that make sure that something is a string when it's, something is always a string, or something is always present, default fields and string values and, data types. And you can force that sort of thing in your app using Mongoose. Yeah. Step 1, write HTML. Step 2, complete your finished Kanban app with drag and drop. Ta-da! Yeah. Question mark, profit, right? Yeah. Okay. So we've written all that, and now we can just go through and call it in the appropriate places. So let's go ahead and go back to column.js, and we're going to add one line in column.js. We're just going to add under our constructor, we're going to say const top drop zone equals drop zone. Oops, drop zone. There we go. And we've got our import automatically there. Drop zone dot create drop zone. So we call our create drop zone method. When it creates a new column, it's going to generate a single drop zone at the top of that column. And then as we add each item, it's going to generate a drop zone at the bottom of each item. So whenever we first create a new column, it's going to automatically have a drop zone at the top of it, followed by additional drop zones after every single item. So that will allow you to drag an item into any location that you please. All right, so we've done that. And then we create the drop zone first. And after we've created it, we also need to make sure that we append it to the chain that we've created. So I'm just going to say this.elements.items append child, and we're going to append that drop zone. So we create it and then we append it, and so it's in the correct link in the chain. We append that, and I think that's it for columns. Right? And then next, let's go ahead and look at item.js. So we can also create our drop zones there. And then we're going to do something very similar, except this time we're just going to say we want the drop zone to be at the bottom. So we're going to say const bottom drop zone. Const bottom drop zone equals drop zone. Drop zone. There we go. Dot create drop zone. And again, it did the import automatically there. It even appended the JS. How nice of it. And then we simply append that child to the bottom of each item. So all we're doing here is we're just creating the drop zone. We're putting it in the right place. So we can do, after content here, we can just say this.elements.root.append child bottom drop zone. There we go. Generate the drop zone and append it in the right place. Boop, boop, boop. Should be good. All right. And then the last thing we need to do here is let's go down to just before. Let's see, where do I need to put this? I want to make sure I get it in the right place. Okay, so in our onBlur method, remember onBlur is what happens when you click away. Oh, sorry, no, it's not an onBlur, my bad. Make sure I get this in the right place. Okay, so it's after adding the event listener, after adding the double click, we do the check, do that. So it's still, okay, yeah, so it's still inside the class. Just before the end of the class, we're going to add essentially the point at which we set the data that we're transferring, right? So we pick something up, we drag it, and when we drop it, we want to make sure that the data about the thing we're dragging is passed through to our drop zone. So the first thing we're going to do is on drag start, we're going to say this.elements.root.add event listener. And again, we can listen for something new here. Drag start. So as soon as you pick something up, we want to capture the data that you're dragging. We want to make sure that we're setting that data, we're capturing it. And then as soon as you drop it, we're going to pass that data into all that drag zone work that we did and make sure that we have the item ID, we have the item content, we're passing it in. Drag start, not drag star, that's a whole different thing. Drag start. This is where we set that data. So e.data transfer. And this essentially just allows us to help two HTML elements talk to each other. So we can say set data, text, plain, comma, ID. All right, and now we're setting the data so we can read it later when we drop the item. Spicy dev channel. So we were talking earlier about MongoDB and Mongoose adding, validation and that kind of thing. Unfortunately, they're not enforced if you edit data manually or accessing the DB through the admin SDK. Well, I mean, to be fair, like you can do similar tomfoolery if you're working in a SQL client as well, right? You can go in, you can, you know, I mean, data types are enforced by default in SQL, right? But you can still go in and like mess some data up pretty quickly if you go in through the actual like interface and talk directly to the database. I've I've done that, or nearly so. Yeah, I've very nearly once did an update all on an entire production database. That was fun. Um, all right, so we've done a drag start. We're capturing the data for the thing we're dragging. And then when we drop it, we just want to add a quick prevent default on that. So when we drop data, we just don't want anything to happen because we already have an event that triggers. So on drop, let's just not have any default behavior. Default. There we go. Okay. That's good. I think we're done there. All right, let me just double check here. I don't know that we need anything else in Kanban. Nope, Kanban is done. Column is done, I think. Yep. Yep. Okay, let's see if it works. Whoa, we got an error. Okay, that's fine. Drop zone. Oh, in drop zone, I made the same mistake again. I didn't do my .js. Whoopsie. Hey, okay. So as soon as I fix that problem, now we can see that my empty columns here have drop zones in them. So as I add an item, now each of these items comes built in with a drop zone underneath. So we're going to add a few things here. Ha, check it. Check it. Look what happens here. So when I drag this item, we have an event listener, right? We have an event listener that's listening for this item, for this drop zone to have something move over it. It's looking up. It's looking up in the sun and be like, oh, something's overhead. I better trigger. And it adds the active class. Boop. Active class gone. Class there, class gone. I bet if I look at the elements here, we should be able to see that going. Column 2. Let's see. You see it there? No, I need to column items. There we go. All right, we should see that. You probably can't see that. I need to make it bigger. Whoop, stop. There we go. Now you should see that class potentially flash in and away. There. Maybe. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Woo! Yay, class there, class gone. Class there, class gone. Yep, so that works. And then as soon as you drop something, it registers the location of where the thing was dropped and it updates local storage. So we can also check local storage and see what's happening there. So as soon as I drag, let's give this item some, this is an item. All right, local storage is going to get updated with that item. Maybe. Oh, let me reload. Actually, I think this might be reading from my, let me clear it. I think this might be reading from my other version of this that I have going. I shouldn't have named them the same thing. All right, let's clear it. Know that. All right, add an item. Okay, now it's writing. Good. Okay. Add a few things. Boop, 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 cancel. Boop. Ah, cancel. Okay, there we go. Test item. Okay, so now it wrote. We can see that it wrote. It wrote test item as ID 2364. Now when I move it, we should see that as soon as I drop it, we should see that information update. Okay, so now if I expand the second column here, the in progress column, it updated. Nice. And then, same here. Local storage is updating as I add things. Boop, boop. It's neat to see it update in real time. And then, test item 2. As soon as I click away, that updates. I have to expand it again. There we go. Test item 2. And I can drag it to the top of the column. And when it does that, it does an insert into the chain, that range we created. It just does an insert. We don't have to shift the others. We don't have to shift the other items in their position because we have a range that we previously created. So that's the cool part of that, is that it just registers the new position. Yeah. Pretty rad. Oh, and Dan says, whoa, is that animation something you added in CSS? Yes, it is. Let's look at it. How did we do that? Well, each of these drop zones here has a class of Kanban drop zone. And you'll notice here that we put a transition. And that transition has time settings for both background and height. And so when we transition to this active class, which has both height and background properties, as soon as we do that, it will transition over a period of 0.15 seconds. So it'll say, all right, I'm going from this height to this height, and from, well, essentially no background to a background. It's going to say, all right, let's take 0.15 seconds to get there. Yeah. Transition in height and background. Exactly. Yeah. Good question, though. Yeah. All right, I'm going to do a push here real quick. -m. All right. Repo should be up to date. And I think everything is working. We can watch local storage updating. And if you notice, I can't drop in places that are not a drop zone, right? I can't drop anywhere in here. It's not gonna let me. I got the little X thing, because the only event listeners that we have that are listening for this drop behavior are in these valid drop zones. And if you notice, when I hover over one of these valid drop zones, I don't have that little X anymore, because this is a valid location to drop something. There's an event listener on it. It's listening for it. That is valid. So I even get that nice visual indicator. Yeah. Nice. All right. What will you do with all this with all this power? Will you be merciful or cruel to those who stood against your rise to power? Now I'd probably just get, bowled over by somebody using React and Tailwind, but I appreciate the sentiment. And again, you can do this stuff. Like I said, I did a React version of something very similar, like, just building out a React app for this. And it does, it behaves in a similar manner. But it's fun to see that you can build ranges and hook these things together and have all these parent-child relationships and essentially do the same thing. You don't got to be fancy all the time. Oops. All right. I think we're good. Make sure that I want to make sure that wrote there. Yeah, it did. Okay, good. Yeah, vanilla, and I want to, vanilla JS can be really fun, and I want to again give proper credit to, what is this? this person's name, Decode, who does a lot of cool things. Um, you can find them on YouTube as well. They have a great way of speaking. Um, you can find Decode on YouTube, where they do a lot of they're a real big proponent of vanilla JavaScript and what you can do with it. And I thought this was real. I thought this was just the perfect application. So many fun concepts and things to pick up. Um, from vanilla JavaScript, stuff that I hadn't done before, which I just thought was so rad. Like all those different event listener types, doing ranges, and um, those transition type things. I don't know. It's rad. Hey, no worries, Unicorn. We are essentially done, so you feel free to go to bed. Please do. Don't stay up anymore. Go to bed. But yeah, if you like this, if you thought this was cool, check out Decode um, on YouTube. And I think I linked to this already, but I'll link to it again. There you go. Enjoy. Okay. Any other questions? Yeah. Any other questions about the stuff we did today? It's okay. If you don't follow 100% of it, that's totally fine. That's not sometimes the point of doing these projects isn't to understand the little thing. The point is to see, wow, what things can I do? I don't know. That's my favorite part, is just being like, wow, there's a lot of cool things I could be doing. I don't fully understand it, but does it work? Yes, it does. Awesome. I win. You know, that's the cool part. So it's important when you are coding. A thing I like to remind folks, especially when they're getting started, is that you don't have to fully comprehend something in order to use it, in order to use it successfully. Sometimes it just takes some good googling and then copying and pasting the right stuff, and then it works, and then you're happy. You can always come back and try to understand it later. So Dan has, do you like BEM CSS methodology? So that's just something I've just started looking at. I don't have any level of familiarity. I just looking at, okay, what is this? What is this convention? Like, um, why do we name things this way? I can't say that I like it or not. I just saw it and I thought, what is that? You know, yeah, I don't know anything about it. I don't know enough about it to have an opinion at this point. I just like looking at, why do people do the things? Why do people do things the way they do? Is it better? Is it not? If it's not better, I won't use it. You know, but there's never any harm in exploring new ways of doing things or different ways of doing things. Got to keep an open mind, right? And I do want to do. I want to do a React project, another React project on stream here pretty soon. We did one. We did one. It was a couple months ago though, and I'd like to do another one. It's hard to find. Sometimes it's hard to find React projects that you can do that I can do in this like semi time limit. I know we've already gone over by a lot, but find React projects that I can do in this in the time that I have. Yeah, and that's a good point. You can't keep up with all the things, right? But if you see something that looks interesting or different, then if you have time, you can explore it. If you don't, you go with what you know. I'm glad you learned something. Yeah, and I can segment a big project, and I have done that. Usually, my viewership really tanks in the second half, though. So I try to do it in one if I can, because I keep the most viewers that way, and I want people to finish the project. So I think what people do is they'll do the first part with me, and then they'll just go back to my GitHub repo later and just pull the finished code without actually like doing it. Which is the important part, is like doing the work, right? If you can. Um, Rather than just going in and like cribbing the finished product, because when you do it, that's when you learn the stuff. So that's my goal, is to try to make sure that folks are at least seeing the stuff and getting exposed and learning it. So yeah, but might have to break up some projects in future streams as we get more and more complex with this stuff. I just want people to not just go directly and copy it. I would love if people actually try to learn it too. And yeah, the client side and the back end side, I have actually did. So when I did my Star Trek API, and my Star Trek full stack app a while back, my dictionary app, of my glossary of Star Trek uh, creatures and aliens. Yeah, I did do the. I think I did the front end on one and the back end on another. That was fun. Yeah, it's a process, right? You figure out over time, you figure out what works, what doesn't. Um, but please don't misunderstand. I never mind if you go to my GitHub and you see a project that you like and you want to make it better. That is 100% completely fine. Um, don't ever feel bad about doing that. I want you to do that, and then I want you to tag me on Twitter so I can see the cool thing that you made. Because I know that if you take one of those projects and you make it into your own thing, then you are learning because you're modifying it and you're figuring out what you need and what you need to change. So never feel bad about that. What's one thing I would like to learn in the short to midterm? That's a good question. Um, I think maybe I would like to get better at like advanced Git and GitHub, just because I want to be a champion for that at my current workplace because we don't use GitHub at my workplace and it's a travesty. We should use GitHub for version control. And so I want to be confident enough in Git and GitHub where I can just be like, there with all the answers, right? Just be like, oh well, we're having this problem. We could solve it by blah, 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 setting up all of our stuff in this way, and I think it would be great if I got better at GitHub and Git in general, so that I can really be a champion for that to instigate real change at my workplace. So I think that would be cool. Yeah, good question. I like that question. But yeah, and as far as like code wise, I think I don't know. I guess I would like to just experiment with more tools. I can't say a specific one that I want to get better at. Just experimenting with more stuff. I like to just pick up new concepts a lot of the time. Um, like I'm picking up a new ETL piece of ETL software at work, and that's going to be super fun. I'm super excited about that, and I want to keep picking up that sort of thing outside of work as well. Okay. Um, any other questions? ETL, so extract, transform, load, which is what we do. What I do in my day job is, a lot of SQL and database work, and a lot of what I do is just moving data from a source to a target. So you take some data out of a source system, and it might need to be heavily modified, or you might need to combine data from multiple source systems. You combine those sources together. So first you take it out of the source. That is the extract, right? And you take the data out of the source, do the extract, and then you do whatever you need to do to the data. Maybe that's, scrubbing fields or changing formats or even doing lookups against other tables. You're combining tables together and shaping the data in the way the business wants. That's the transform. So extract, transform, and then load into the target. That's ETL. And there's lots of different tools you can use to do that. I currently use Informatica at work, but I'm about to learn a new tool too, so I'm excited about that. For a very specific project, we have to have this new tool that only interfaces with stuff. I don't know. It's a proprietary type thing, but it should be fun. You should make a clan called Wolfpack, and I'll be first member. Oh, thank you. Yeah, and yeah, definitely heard about Prisma. I haven't really messed with it just because I already know like how to write SQL queries and stuff, but um, yeah, I should look at Prisma. Thank you, MME. Have a great evening. That's both awfully normal for dead work and and also extremely specialized. Yeah. Yeah, Informatica is actually pretty popular, and I am very deep in the back end at for my day job. That's kind of where I don't know. I've always done back end work, so it's normal for me. But I guess for a lot of folks that are more familiar with like full stack, that might sound unusual. It sounds normal for me. I'm like, oh yeah, database stuff, that's fine. But yeah, it is a fairly, I don't know, I guess a less visible a less visible dev field because I don't work directly with the business. Um, the business side actually never sees my work directly. What they see is um, the result of the data that I load into the target system, and then the target system displays it in, as its own sort of filtered view, right? So I load the data, and then it's filtered via the target system, so the business can actually interpret it. So yeah, it's a bit of it doesn't have really a client facing aspect to it, which is nice. Yeah, I mean, I prefer not to work like directly with client requests. It's nice to just kind of get like, all right, I need to do this, all right, and then you see if they log any issues, and go from there. Yeah, I like being the not having to have my face on camera all the time. I like having my face on camera for streams, but it's nice to be a little bit slightly anonymous sometimes. Unsung hero. I don't know about that, but I do like what I do. I genuinely do. I think back end development is not super visible, so most people don't think about it. But I love it. I think it's great. I love just getting in there and just turning the gears, like, because that's what you're doing, right? That data that we generate powers literally everything else at the place that we're the start, we're the fountain of where all that data comes from. And so it better be right? Like, you got to turn those gears and make it run. And the stuff we do makes the entire system run. So I think that's pretty cool. MIT Postgres, MySQL, SQL. So right now at work, I actually use Oracle SQL, which is PLSQL. Um, yeah, Oracle, baby. The classic, old school. Yep. However, I have previously used Microsoft SQL. And I've really only worked with those two in the past. So yeah, but I currently work with Oracle. I want to power data. Hey, that's rad, Jackson. And yeah, it's a great place to be. It's a great niche to live in. Yeah, yeah. I've always throughout my career so far, I've only really worked with like the big corporate SQL. The enterprise SQL. SQL clients and flavors of SQL. Yeah. So I look forward to exploring more of those flavors as well. There's a lot of them out there. SQL's been around since the 70s. So there's a lot of different variants out there. What's the biggest machine your DBs run on? Is it honking huge? Um, I don't know, but so my employer is a university, and so if you can imagine, it's a university that's been around since the 1800s. So there's a lot of data, and I regularly work with individual tables that are multi-million row tables, um, and there's a lot of tables and multiple databases. So I would imagine it requires quite a lot of storage space. I don't know exactly. I'm not a DBA, so I don't know. Um, so yeah, that's a good question. That could be something I could ask the DBAs and see if they could tell me. But yeah, I would imagine it's a pretty large set of servers somewhere. Uh, Jackson says, "You're very well spoken. Thank you. I feel like you are/were a teacher." No, actually, I don't have any educational training. I'm trying to get better. I don't have any formal educational training or anything like that. My college background, um, my undergrad degree was in statistics, and I hated it. I don't have any developer background either, like formal development background, self-taught. Um, so yeah, I really don't have any formal teaching training. That's one thing, I'm constantly trying to improve that. I do enjoy teaching though, which helps. So that gives me a drive to improve and to get better. And I hope I continue to do so. But I appreciate the compliment. Thank you. I did learn some skills. I worked a few employers ago. I worked with someone who used to be a newscaster. And so she taught me some like enunciation and ways of speaking, which help a little bit. But I mean, that's really it. uh, Dan says, when will you fight? Hello, it's Rufio for the championship belt. No, Rufio and I are friends. I love Rufio. They're great. We actually just had a great conversation a few days ago. We just were talking about stuff. So no, we definitely communicate. We are collaborators by far. I would love to do a co-stream with Rufio sometime. They're awesome. No rivalry there whatsoever. I love to support them, and I'm so happy that they just got a job recently. Super pumped about that. Hope it's going well. Jackson said, I was an econ major getting straight A's, and my guidance counselor told me, take calculus. It will look great on your resume. Oh, no. 4 months later, I received my first F. Ouch. Yeah. I don't like math. I was a stats major, and I don't like math. That was a not intelligent choice on my part. So I can relate to the math issues. Yeah, that's why I like doing dev work because computers can do the math for me. That's why Microsoft Excel is the best tool that mankind has ever created. Fight me. I still think Microsoft Excel is the pinnacle of human achievement up to this point. We'll save the betrayal stream for sweeps week. Ratings will be. Yeah. Okay. So the best the best thing that humans have created. Notepad. What about Notepad plus plus? Give me that. Notepad plus plus. Anybody? I love Notepad plus plus. It's great. Too sophisticated. Ah. Alvi says, back in high school, I used to be like, WTF, why do you hate math? It's so cool. Then I started college and now I hate math. Yeah. I don't know. I'm glad I went to college, but I feel like there's so much better ways of teaching than like traditional college. Maybe that's just me, but I learned so much better once I took my master's degree fully online, like no in-person classes, master's degree fully online. It was so much better than my undergrad. Like rather than I just attending class in person, I cannot register what is being taught. But attending class online, I get it, I absorb it, bam, no problems at all. So I think environment and skill is another thing, as well as availability of resources. What supplemental resources do you have access to that can help facilitate your learning in your personal learning style? Um, and also, once I started 100 devs, like that's when I started to like I learned really great through 100 devs as well because a lot of it is hands on, and I feel like a lot of like college level math is not hands on, right? You're given some sort of theoretical concept, and then you're asked to rehearse that concept, but you're not given okay like how does this apply, like what do I use this for, what is a potential business use for this thing, how does this apply in the real world, like yeah somebody's walking away from a lamppost at like 3 miles an hour and they'll got to figure out like the angle of the shadow or whatever, okay fine, but like that has no interest in me, I don't care. But what I like about like online learning is that there seems like there's a lot more practical application of these concepts, especially with something like 100 devs. Like, all right, here's how you can use this in real life. Now go do it, which is something that helps me a lot. Now I'm saying that's just me. I'm not saying that's everybody, but personally, I really learn a lot better that way. Jackson says I'm more of a plain notepad guy. RDD says, I looked up pivot tables because of you. Ah, yeah. You should know how to build a pivot table. Absolutely. That will get you so far in the business world. Like if you can build pivot tables, some folks will look at you like you're magic, and they are so easy. College is a social experiment. Fight me. In some ways, yeah. When I'm interested and I care, I'll learn it. Yeah, and some people do great with theory. Some people love all those theoretical exercises and thinking about theoretical concepts. I do not. Maybe that's a personal failing. I don't know. That's just how I'm wired. I like it when I can take a concept and figure out, yeah, how it's applied. How do I use this? Yeah, yeah, and it depends on your major too. That's absolutely true, Alvi. So you were an engineering major, and so by the just the nature of engineering itself, yeah, you got to apply those concepts. And I sometimes wonder if I should have been an engineering major, because you would get to actually apply the stuff you're learning. I feel like I might have done better that way. But instead, I chose a really theoretical major, statistics. Yay! Again, not smart choice for me. I'm not, a lot of people are very successful in it. Not me. You can build pivot tables with Python and pandas. Oh yeah, absolutely. Fortran 77 Pascal. Well, yeah, I'm very happy with the place where I've ended up in life. I'm like, yeah, friggin' my life is friggin' awesome. I love my life, and I hope everybody else. That's why I like to teach this kind of dev stuff, because like I want everybody to be here. Everybody should feel happy in their job and be able to build cool stuff and teach other people how to build cool stuff. Like that's the dream, right? I want everybody to be able to do that. Not and so I'm very happy in my life. I just wonder if I might have been happier at that other point in my life if I had had a better major. But hey, I'm happy now. So what else matters, right? Nah, my life is freaking awesome. And I want your life to be freaking awesome too, which is why I teach about coding on my free time. Piece of shit, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to diss the stuff that you used to teach. I'm sure you were a great teacher. Um, Sometimes some people are good, some professors are great teachers, and I've had excellent professors in my career who really could teach a concept and make it engaging. And I've had some that weren't. And I'm not saying that professors are teaching things the wrong way either. I'm saying that that learning style didn't fit me personally. That in-person type learning style didn't fit me personally. Um, However, it does work well for a lot of people, just not me. So, but now I know. And so now I'm planning on going back for more schooling at some point. I want to get a doctorate. That'd be friggin' rad. But I'm not doing it in person. It's going to be online because that's how I learn. And I figured that out. So now I know. Math is awesome. Yeah. For some people it is. Yeah. Some people love it, some people don't. And that's why we have a bunch of people spread out over a bunch of different careers instead of everybody fighting for the same career, right? I like it. I like computers doing my math for me so I don't have to think about it. So actually, I work for a university, like I said, and they actually offer a nice applied doctorate. So you'd be doing real projects. They offer an applied doctorate with applied skills in just sort of like technology, just general technology, just doing a bunch of applied projects, and then your capstone is like a major um, like technology process improvement type thing that you actually implement somewhere, which sounds right up my alley because I'd actually get to do the thing. Yeah, so I'd be up for that, but the question is whether my university will cover the cost. So if they won't, I won't bother. But if they will, then I will do it. So if your employer is willing to pay for your education, then like that's a plus. Like they paid for my master's degree, so I didn't have to pay for that. So if your employer is willing to subsidize your education, it benefits you and it benefits them, which I think is pretty great. I don't know if they'll pay for my doctorate though. PhD in web dev. It's not necessarily a web dev. I think it's more of just like you pick the area of technology that you want to specialize in and apply. I don't know what mine would be, but that's why you go in to learn more stuff. Yeah. And like I don't need like that's the cool thing too about being a dev. Don't misunderstand. You don't need an advanced degree or even a undergrad degree to be a developer. To be a good developer, to be a fantastic developer, you don't need any friggin' degree at all. You can be self-taught. Um, you don't have to even finish high school. It's just about getting your foot in the door, right? I'm only considering that just because it sounds fun, and if somebody else is paying for it, then why the heck not? But no, to be a developer, you don't need any degree at all. So don't misunderstand. I'm not saying that. um, one of the most respected people that I work with. They're not on my team, but I know of them. They never went to college. They have a high school degree, and they just got into being a dev by working, hands-on type stuff, and they're extremely high up in the organization. So I mean, and they're fantastic at it. So yeah, you don't need, there's no prerequisites, and that's one of my favorite things about this industry is that there's no prerequisites at all. Anybody can do it. My manager right now, my manager has a background in sociology. Like that's their degree. Their degree was in sociology, and now they manage a dev team. So yeah, I love hearing about everybody's unique backgrounds in the dev industry. People come from all over the place. Alrighty, I feel like we should wrap it up. Um, let's go ahead and see if we can find someone to raid. I really appreciate the conversation, though, as always. It's always fun to hear what y'all are thinking and what you have to say. Don't forget, join Leon on Tuesday right here on Twitch. So if you're wondering what channel to tune into on Tuesday, just do exclamation point Leon in chat. Tune into the sponsored stream. So Microsoft sponsored stream on Tuesday from Leon. And you have the chance to win some Microsoft swag, some 100 Dev swag, and just have some fun. It'd be great. Can Leon do drag and drop and fill in JS? Probably. He's pretty good. He's good at a lot. He's way better at it than I am. But I'm getting there. That's the thing. We're always on a journey, right? That's my favorite thing too. Is that you're never going to be the best. I don't ever want to be the best. Leon doesn't want to be the best. You always want to be learning from other people, which I think is really fun. Okay, let's find someone to rate. As always, I'm open to suggestions. Otherwise, we'll pick somebody from the list in the software dev category and give them a raid. Does Leon have a favorite editor? I mean, like code editor, like VS Code. I mean, that's the classic choice, right? All right, who do we have today? We have Freckled Science. We have CM Griffin. We just rated them last time. We haven't rated Freckled in a while. We've got Ian Douglas. Why didn't they come up in my list? That's weird. And why are they not coming up? Am I spelling it wrong? I'm trying to pull up Ian, but I can't. It's not coming up. Ian Douglas. Yeah, does anybody have Ian Douglas's I can get it. Ian Douglas 736. Okay, yeah. Are they not online right now? Yeah, I can't pull them up. They're not coming. I mean, I literally just copied it from my messages. I can't seem to get them to pull up for some reason. So let's go ahead and raid Freckled because they are on my list. I can raid them. Oh yeah, it doesn't like they're not online, which is why I couldn't pull them up. Okay, no worries, that's fine. We'll raid Freckled. They have a lot of viewers right now, so they might be doing something super fun. So let's give them a raid. You never know what Freckled is going to be up to. They're always doing something interesting. So, they got a microscope going on. Hey, Blip, we're just getting ready to raid. Bye. All right, starting the raid. All right, I will see you all again on Tuesday on Leon's stream, and then join us Thursday for a Postgres stream on my channel. All right, see you later. Have a great week.